Okay, so there has the last 24 hours, a lot has happened. Candace finally dropped or not finally, but she's been back from break for a couple days. Yesterday, she dropped a really good episode. Um, got a lot of information, a lot of evidence. I didn't watch this. I haven't watched that yet. But watched Valhalla VFT last night, echoing a lot of the same sentiments that I've been saying. Literally everything I've been saying, he is echoing. Um, there's a lot of not worry, but wonder. Um, right wing news is like has hopped onto the let's go take care of the southern hemisphere like since Trump has went in and snatched up Maduro. I mean, it's again, I'm not understanding why America has to assert itself outward. I mean, why we have to play I don't know, play Captain Save-A-Ho with the rest of the world. Like for someone who ran their entire campaign on America first, nobody else other than American values. And I don't want to hear people arguing, well, the oil reserves in Venezuela, oh, well, we take control of that and it's America first. If you really think that that's going to be how it works, you're smoking crack. You really are. You're not being realistic if you think us seizing control of Venezuela's oil reserves because it's the largest in the world. It's the largest crude oil in the world. The crude oil reserve in the world. And the refinement that it needs to go through to be usable takes a lot of time. And just as Valhalla said yesterday, if you think that all these oil companies are going to flock down there and start investing billions and trillions of dollars in getting that market up and running when they already have $1 billion market up north running, they're not going to shift a ton of money in the hopes that the southern market is just as good as the northern market. They're not going to do that. What they're doing, like he said, and what I've been saying, is they're going to go down, snatch everything up. And that's not just the oil, that's their other natural resources too. They are very, very abundant in other natural resources. And that's what's going to happen. The people think that they got liberated and they're free. No, they're not. As I've been saying, that government is still in place. We didn't do anything. We took one of the heads off the Hydra. That's it. We took that. We didn't even kill it. We didn't cut it off. We just took it. We borrowed it. So to think that we did anything to that country other than put them in a more harm's way than anything. Because as I said, power vacuum is going to happen fast. It's going to happen fast. If everything down there is not taken care of in a timely manner, it's going to happen fast. And when it does happen fast, do you think Venezuela is going to have the military and response time to stave it off? No, they won't. So what's going to end up happening, as I'm saying and been saying, American troops will be deployed there to stave off an incursion from an outside party. They're going to bring it to the video game world, this is exactly what's going to happen. American troops are going to have to go down there. Otherwise, we risk Venezuela getting third-partied by one of our adversaries. Okay? That's what's going to happen. If you think that American troops aren't being mobilized to be deployed down there, then you probably literally should log off the internet. Because you're getting funneled down a corridor and you're not seeing anything of what's going on. Listen to the people that have been in this situation, aka military troops. Listen to them more than any of these people. Even him. Because Donald Trump is not going to tell you what's going on. As he's been doing, he's going to lie to your face. And then when you're on his side, he's going to do the opposite of what he says. He is no different than any of them. Any of them. They are all the same. All of them are the same. And we need to stop. I had a guy on Facebook try to use my low viewership, low subscribers, use all that as an attack on my argument. Which is hilarious because the smart people that see his comment are going to come over to YouTube and see why he didn't actually go into. I mean, this is exactly what he said. An incel streamer with 42 subscribers thinks that they're the beacon of knowledge. And then he put a laughing emoji and a clown emoji. As if that was going to hurt my feelings. I look at that as, that's sad. Somebody is that ignorant. They have to use a word like incel and then use my viewer count, my subscribers, as a way to attack me in my argument. Sounds like somebody's never taken a philosophy class and learned fallacy. Sounds like somebody's never learned fallacy in general. Because I could have easily gone in and slayed that dude. Looking at his Facebook feed, it would have been easy. It would have been easy. And I wouldn't have had to attack a single bit of his look because his picture, kettle and pot situation. Kettle and pot situation. And then you go into his feed and you see he's married. Like, okay, you're calling somebody an incel because you think having sex with an ogre for the rest of your life makes you non-celibate? I'm sorry to tell you, when you have sex with livestock and you choose to do that for the rest of your life, you don't get to call anybody incel. You don't get to call anyone incel. You choose farm animals. So it's one of those things. Like, I could have easily slayed him and his farm animal family. But I didn't. I don't need to. Because his ignorance is going to push people toward me. And that's what I said. I said, and it's people like you who will push people my direction. Thank you for the free advertising. Because that's exactly what's going to happen. Even if it doesn't push them in my direction in a positive manner, it's going to push them in my direction, and I will feed off that hate. Because I think I have somebody who's like on a hate train, and every time they come across one of my videos, they dislike it, they thumb down it. Because almost every one of my videos has at least one thumb down. No matter how many thumbs up, no matter how many views, it has at least one. And it's been kind of coming through sporadically. When I do my major dumps, it'll go through like 3 videos, it'll take a break, and then another like 3 or 4 videos, and then take a break. At first, I just thought it was like people are just getting it, and they just don't like what I'm saying. But then it just like kind of like that routine and that thing started happening and happening and happening, which is funny to me. It's funny. They think that it's going to make me stop, and it's not. It's not. I'm going to keep telling the view of the person that sits on the ground, the person that has no viewers, has no community, has none of this, because eventually somebody's going to hear it and they're going to be like, wait, how long have you been talking about that? Like, my face is blue, right? How long does it usually take to talk about something before you're blue in the face? Eventually somebody's going to hear me. Maybe after I die, maybe not. But if people start listening to me after I'm dead, so be it. If it takes me leaving this realm and this existence, well, not of my own accord, if it takes me leaving before people start hearing me, so be it. Then I can just add myself to the hall of greats that weren't paid attention to until after they were gone. So now you don't get any wisdom going forward. You just have to rely on rebuilding what was said in the past to hopefully you can maybe conceptualize something that they may have done differently or thought or said. When you don't listen to people and you just blow everybody off, you're going to hear the wrong people for the entire time. And by the time you hear the right person, it will be way too late. And nothing we will say or have said will matter. So while leaving talking heads to do their thing and talk you in circles and have you fighting with this and arguing with that and not looking at this and hearing that, there will be those of us that still fight and do what we need for at least the people around us. Because the people around me, they hear what I say. Some might not agree with any of it or some of it, but I can guarantee you when it came down to it, I would be one of the people that they would turn to for answers. Because it's when the extreme things pop up and happen is when people start looking toward the people that have been seemingly extreme the entire time. So if I'm being looked at as that and somebody that's purposely being hidden because what I say is looked at as extreme, is America First extremism, or whatever. You want to look at it as American First extremism while silencing me at the same time, then so be it. But put it this way, he's way more extreme than I am. And he actually has the means in which to carry out some of his extremities, some of his extreme views. I mean, he doesn't because he's actually a humble person. He just has very strong views on things. And yes, he is in a standing of being able to have that privilege to. But it's these extreme views that are really going to be what protects the United States of America from all this stuff, from these politicians that really are not for us. Like, I wish people would stop following them, idolizing them, thinking that they're here to do some great good. I mean, he's not. He sold us all He made it seem as though he was America first, but he's not. He's corporation first. He's corporate America first. And none of them are America first. None of them truly are America first. Because if they are, they would just be whistleblowing all the secrets. Like, you can't say you're America first and then still hide all the secrets. You can't say you're America first and sit back while they continue to redact and distract from the Epstein files. Like, you can't say you're America first if you're not continuing to call out this stuff. There's no way you're America first. And while it's great to have your escapes, you got to punch back into reality at times. I unfortunately have very, very small windows that I punch out of reality anymore. I used to not punch back into reality for long periods of time. Now I just can't punch out. I want to punch out and just enjoy and do GTA 5 RP streams and just enjoy dumb stuff. Yeah, it would be great. But that's not the way my mind works. My mind don't work that way. Because I see somebody say something stupid and it makes me want to react to it. And not like defensively or crash out. But it's like, I want to find out if their perspective is being projected out. And I'd like to give my perspective. Sometimes things are worth giving other perspectives. Sue me, wah, cry about it. Why is it that everybody else can give perspectives, but only some have to keep their perspectives to themselves? That's not how this works. Too bad, so sad. You don't get to do that. Hold on. Franklin County's calling me. Probably trying to arrest me. Yeah, I applied for some military aid, some veterans aid, but as I'm always told, I don't have enough time in service. Well, he didn't say that. He basically insinuated it. They like to beat around the bush. I don't know why they want to waste time. Like I told them that I told him I pretty much get declined for everything because I was only activated for deployment. I didn't actually deploy. I mean, I've been activated multiple times for schoolings and things of that nature. But the military does not want to give me any type of benefits. They don't see me as even prior service soldier. To them, I was never even in the military, and I don't deserve my status. I don't deserve being called a veteran. To them, I'm stolen valor, and that's how they treat me. Whether it's the case or not, they treat me that way. They treat me like I didn't allow them to sit and brainwash me. Treat me as if I was just another number to go and die in a war for some rich man's agenda. I mean, this is how I'm looked at. This is why I have turned my back on it all. This is why I've turned my views away from the United States. Yeah, I might be America first, but I'm the people. I am the people that live in this country, that get shit on by this country and get treated like they're worth nothing by this country. These are the people that I represent. I don't represent you retarded ass people who want to call somebody an incel because you have no other argument. If that's your argument, then delete yourself. This is why I will not rejoin any armed forces. I will not advocate for any armed forces conflict anywhere. I will not advocate for these politicians. I will not look at them in a positive light. Any of them. None of them at all. And I'm not mad that I was discharged from the military. I'm not mad that I don't get to have any benefits because frankly, you get turned down a couple times. It's just like, okay, whatever. I'm just not going to use any of my veteran status. So most people don't know. Like they assume that I was in the military just by the way I carry myself and how I walk around. But most people don't know. Most people do not know that I was in the military. Unless you know me personally, you do not know that I was in the military. I purposely don't tell people because I don't care. I don't care about it. Well, what about the brotherhood and the camaraderie? Those people turned their back on me. They all turned their back on me. So no, I don't really care about any of that. And anybody that wants to join the military, yeah, that's fine. You do you. But don't expect me to pat you on the dick. Because I won't. I don't care.
Military action is being like you said that there didn't need to be military notification or that this wasn't a war act in Venezuela. If there is military action in Greenland, would Congress need authorization? And also, would Congress need authorization for control? Need to have power of the purse for control of oil in Venezuela?
Okay, let me address them in turn. We're not at war with Greenland. We have no intention of being it. We have no reason to be at war with Greenland, okay? Everybody knows there's geopolitical and strategic importance of that landmass, and that's what everyone has talked about. By the way, this is not just President Trump. I think this goes back to Truman. Like many presidents have acknowledged the strategic placement of Greenland and how important that could be to our country. And the president's talked about that, rare earth minerals and other things.
And if you guys don't see this as conquesting, I don't know what to tell you. You do not want to be part of the United States. I promise you. Whatever country is out there and thinks they want to be part of the United States, no, you do not. You don't want to be part of the United States. Find a way to separate from Europe. Find a way to separate from Russia. Find a way to separate from these other places and be your own country. Don't Do not join the United States. I promise you, it will not be good for your people. It might be good for our economics, but your people will suffer. Your people will suffer. The regular people of this country are suffering under these people. Don't let these people lie to you. They want to push these fake agendas and all this theater around. Like, America's doing so good. Everybody loves America. No. And I'm not talking about the right wing, the left wing. I'm talking about real people who don't get the luxury to pay attention to all this stuff, because they have to work and grind so much that they don't get to look up for anything. So stop gobbling these people. Truly stop. Because they are not doing you any service. They really, really aren't. Back to Truman, everybody knows the strategic placement of Greenland. And anybody in Greenland, it's like, yeah, we want to be American. No, you do not. You do not. Take it from a real, actual American. You do not want to be part of this country. Create your own constitution. Do it on your own. Do not, I'm telling you, you do not want to be part of this country. You really don't. You really, really don't.
They're talking about diplomatic channels for this, okay? There's lots been said about it, but I know this personally because I talked to the governor of my state a couple of days ago, Jeff Landry, who has been appointed to be our person there, our individual who would go and help with these negotiations. So that is in America's interest. It is not, I think it's not against Greenland's interest. There's a lot of thoughtful discussion to be had there, and that's what we expect is going to happen. So all this stuff about...
This is just New Age conquest, man. This is New Age conquest.
military action and all that, I don't think it's I don't even think that's a possibility. I don't think anybody's seriously considering that.
Wait just a second. We have one more thing to share.
We want to say a heartfelt thank you for watching.
Yeah, I don't care. Hmm?
Guys have to stop guessing the call. I want to get to the lies and a gentle reminder that tomorrow's show is going to be an absolute banger. An absolute banger coming up tomorrow. All right. I have promised myself I'm not going to lose my mind tonight. I promised myself I will remain calm. I can bad cop and not be ugly. I promised myself that. But the more I watched this clip, it's only a couple of minutes, but the more I watched this couple of minute clip where Candace kind of outlines the couple of issues that have been weighing on my mind relative to Andrew Colvett, I don't take these issues lightly. This is why I've stared in the camera a couple of times and said, Andrew,
don't worry about it. I got all your
figure this out.
Your terror.
You've really got to figure your life out. Because if this is the path you're going down, it might result in riches in this life. It might make you very wealthy. It might give you power and influence. But what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? And if what she's saying is good copping a little bit, maybe good copping a little bit because maybe she's saying, well, oh, she was grieving. It was her husband died. Could it have been a magic bullet? Could he just had a really strong neck? And it's almost like the doctor was like, yeah, I guess anything could happen. Miracles can happen. No. I don't think that's it at all. I think that's a very good cop way to look at this, Candace. I think what happened was they realized they had a real problem on their hand in the first couple of days after Charlie Kirk passed away. Because almost immediately when they're this, because this is an idea of the type of people who are on these domestic terror organizations. This is an executive summary of the FBI's breach of religious freedom, the weaponization of law enforcement against Catholic Americans. It's in the United States House of Representatives, December 4th, 2023. The Committee on the Judiciary and the Select Committee, Subcommittee, on the weaponization of federal government have been investigating the FBI's categorization of certain Catholic Americans as potential domestic terrorists. That's an important word there, because what the general was asked is, if the president labeled someone a domestic terrorist and ordered you to attack them, would you do it? And he said, well, if it was a lawful order, yes. You know what a lawful order is?
I've been saying it for days. Like, this is what I was saying earlier when I said, I'm not smart, but when I hear people that are seemingly smarter than me echoing the exact same sentiments that I'm saying days later, hours later, I mean, am I really as dumb as I think I am? Or am I just made to feel like I'm dumb? Because I've been saying the same thing. Like, if you think these people are for you, you are doing drugs. You are doing drugs. If you think these people are for you, they are purposely putting things in place to make sure that anybody that speaks against them get labeled a terrorist, and they can kill you. If a law enforcement officer and military or anybody that has a senior authority tells them to do something, and that's a lawful order, and they do not do it, they will be prosecuted. The person who does not follow that lawful order will be prosecuted. And if you think it's like a movie where the trial will be on TV and it's like a hero is being damned, that's not how it is. These go into hidden courts, nobody hears about it, and these people get disappeared. Or they get turned into a crazy person, and then everybody just points and laughs at them for the rest of their lives. This is what these people do. If you think you speaking out, you might agree with what Trump's administration is doing right now, but just wait a second. He'll do something you won't like, and then you'll be mad about it. And then when that happens, just stop and think, if we allow these people to do this and continue to do this, eventually we won't be able to dislike what they do. We will have to like what they do or be disappeared. That's where we're moving. And if you think, well, you think Donald Trump is bad? Wait, Democrats are worse. They're all bad. All of them. Like, I don't know how to keep saying it. It's not one side or the other. It's all of the sides. We are surrounded by, to use biblical terms, evil people. We're surrounded by people that don't want anything good for anyone other than themselves and their friends. And their friends aren't in the middle. Their friends are on the outside with them, while the rest of us are in the middle. Like, if you think that these people are for you and these decisions are being made for the betterment of humanity and the betterment of Venezuela and betterment of the United States, you are doing drugs. You are doing drugs. Because people that are a hell of a lot smarter than me are echoing the exact same things I'm saying, and I've been saying. Me and my friends have been saying for the last 20 plus years. But like always, we've been, for the last 20 years, we've been told, you can't say that, you need to stop. You need to go out and get regular jobs. You need to. This is where we've been for the last 20 years, and look where we're at. No different. We're in a no different place. We're in a no different place than we were 20 years ago. Technology looks different. That's it. That's it. Nothing looks different. Our politics look the same. This stuff looks the same, has been the same, and these people are not for you, and you need to stop thinking they are.
It comes from a commander, like the chief executive of the United States of America. In other words, if the FBI, if the president added Catholic Americans, certain Catholic Americans, as potential domestic terrorists and ordered you to attack them, would you? He didn't say anything about if I agreed with it. He didn't say anything about if I thought they needed to be attacked. There was no executive level decision making apart from, and this is it in a little more plain English. This is the press release from the House Judiciary Committee that went along with it. New report details the extent of FBI's weaponization of law enforcement against traditional Catholics. Today, the House Judiciary Committee and its select subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government released an interim staff report titled The FBI's Breach of Religious Freedom. That's what we just read. Under the guise, right here, under the guise of tackling the threat of domestic terrorism, the memorandum painted so-called certain radical traditional Catholics as violent extremists and proposed.
But this isn't just for Catholics. This just opens it up to go after essentially religious organizations. Like opens it up to go after TPUSA if they get a little bit too extreme with their religious views, going against political views. This is political theater. This is what political theater does. When an organization or people gain too much ground and steam that is against essentially their interests, they do this. They will create laws and put up bureaucratic barriers so that if you do get a foothold and people start flocking to you and away from them, they can roll the military in on you and say they were stockpiling weapons. They became a domestic terrorism organization. They were planning out attacks on all these places. They were doing all this bad stuff, ready to hurt American citizens. Sounds familiar, right? Not just, this just allows for it openly on religion. Oh, more specifically, the Catholic religion, because as they're seeing, a lot of Catholic faith people are starting to view politics as no longer being a necessary evil. They're just seeing it as pure evil. And that's kind of what it is. In 2023, they started to notice these religious organizations were separating from the norm, what they're usually doing, and that's pushing political agenda and ideology just in a religious form. When these places started separating, they got to do something to rein them in. So you make laws, laws, and you do all this stuff to threaten, silence, cause people to stop talking about what they've been talking about. I mean, it's kind of the epitome of fascism. So in 2023, Joe Biden's government was in place. So if Donald Trump's government's fascist, this right here directly shows Joe Biden's government being fascist as well. So what was I saying before? None of them are for us. And I'm right again. This proves it. This right here proves it. It proves even more so that these people are not for us at all. Therefore, the smallest group of people possible. And if you have to say, well, I think that they would be talking about me, you're not it. You're not it. Trust me, I ain't it either. I know who's it. I mean, we do too. They've just been redacted.
Closed opportunities for the FBI.
But yeah, that's what this is. It's literally, it's that. It's that. Stop. Yeah, no, you don't get to hide back there and chew on the carpet. That's not how any of this works. You get to put the curtain in front of you to hide, to chew on the carpet. The dude sits over here for like 15, 20 minutes, adjusting the curtain to block himself in so that he can sit and hide there and chew on carpet. You're adorable with your little cleaning routine. But that doesn't abstain you from a stern talking to. Little dude's a Damon. I watched this a couple of days ago. This is insane. Insane. It was a weird situation, but I never looked at it as a full-blown military operation. Because that's all the evidence point right to it being a decent scaled military operation. And a lot of people are pointing to it being a false flag operation. But a lot of variables happened at the same time, which canceled the ability for it to be used as a false flag, and so it got turned into essentially a patsy situation. Yeah, that's it. This is intense. I would highly recommend checking that out. Oh, the Hodge twins with Andrew Tate. I gotta hear this. Gotta hear this.
Hodge twins. Podcast.
Hodge twins
Black
podcast.
fatigue.
Yeah.
People are tired of black people. Every time you look up, some Negroes arguing about something.
Well, you know.
Derek Penny. That whole situation.
Oh yeah,
on Sunday.
that was incredible. That was incredible. And it's I'll be honest, one of the things that's amazing to me, because I am American. I lived here till I was 8, and then I grew up in England, and then I moved all around the world. What's kind of amazing to me about the American consciousness is that they have this huge preposition with racism. And they seem to think this is a racist country. Like, you motherfuckers haven't been anywhere.
Yeah.
Because this is the least racist nation on the planet. You think
Right.
America's racist? Let me tell you where's racist. You know the most racist place? Africa.
Oh yeah.
You ever been to Africa? You Hutu, you're Tutu,
Right.
you're Boo-Boo. Like, they're fucking killing each other, having genocide. They all look the fucking same. They're pulling out machetes. Look at the Rwandan genocide. I couldn't even tell the two teams. They're running around fucking swinging blades. Bro, the whole world's fucking
them niggas
racist.
killing each other over nothing.
Over nothing. Hutu, Tutu, your nose shape.
They
I don't
got
know the
this
fuck.
huge continent. You got all these black people. You got all these resources.
All they do is kill.
And they're probably the poorest continent in the world.
Of course.
They have no leadership, and their culture is just broken.
100%. And also, it's because Africa's rich that it's poor, which we'll talk about in a second. But America's the least.
That right there, he hit it. Africa's poor because they're so rich. There are so many natural resources in Africa. It's not even funny. It is insane how much natural resources reside in Africa. That's why do you think Elon Musk's dad's over there ravaging it? You think he's running above ground gem mines? No, he's not. Dude's ravaging that place. Well, he's a white man. Well, you think South Africa is a lot of white people in South Africa. But it's not just him. All these billionaires from around the world, not just the United States, not just Canada, no, billionaires from around the world are continuing to ravage that country for its resources, use them as test dummies for pharmaceuticals. You don't hear about what's going on in Africa because Bill Gates is pumping drugs into them. Because Elon Musk's dad is ripping the gems out of the ground and then beating people to death when they don't do it. These are the people that are running Africa. They don't have a legit government structure, because if they did, Elon Musk's dad would have probably been tried, prosecuted, and publicly executed. The same with everybody, all these other people that are ravaging that continent for their own personal gain. Instead of setting up governments to run those countries there, or helping the people to run governments there, no, they would much rather keep them destitute and ravage them. Bill Gates, Elon Musk, all these guys, all these billionaires are probably doing something or investing something over there that's ravaging that continent. These billionaires and these politicians that you want to lackey to, they're the ones that are doing that. Not us normal people. And no, we are not. The United States of America is the least racist country around the world. I've watched deep video dives on countries that don't have white people. Countries that are one singular race. You insert any other race into that country, a piece of fresh meat to a pack of wolves. Matter of fact, the black lady that went to Afghanistan, what happened to her? Like, she talked about she was about to run that country. What happened to the lady that went to Afghanistan and said she'll be running the country soon, and they have to give her $5,000 a day? Because I think that's what the whole thing was. Some goofy thing like that. After her videos went viral, she was reportedly detained by Taliban authorities for questioning. While there were initial fears for her safety, she was ultimately deported from Afghanistan and sent back to Armenia. Look at that. The situation in Afghanistan remains under the control of the Taliban. Travel influencers and activists continue to visit the country, but the Taliban has tightened restrictions on female travelers, often requiring a male chaperone for long-distance travel, making such solo outbursts as Chabanians increasingly rare and heavily penalized. So yeah, you don't get to go to another country, set up shop, and say whatever. Because that's exactly what happens when you do it to other countries. If those countries have any type of order or organization, and well, how does Afghanistan say that? The Taliban run that country. That's their government. Their government are insurgents. So yeah, wholeheartedly.
Least. America's the least racist place you find on the planet. You think China's not racist? You think Japan's not fucking racist? You think India's not racist with this caste system?
Right.
You think
I would say some of the most racist people I've ever met, ever, in my entire 40 years of existence, have been Indians. They always seem so nice. They pretend nice. They're really good at pretending to be nice. But it's not hard to pretend to be nice when you can use something like a language barrier as a way to pretend to be nice. Because it's more or less just like awkward passive action. Like, because that's what they do. Half of them don't have words that can come out of their mouth that mean anything or are useful words. So that their action is just like confused, stuttery action. But they are very racist. Very, very racist. I mean, they're purists. Well, there's nothing wrong with purists. Okay, if there's nothing wrong with purists who are Indian, why is there such thing as white people not able to be purists? I mean, it sounds like a double standard. It's almost as if everybody else can be purists except for white people, which doesn't make sense, because if we're supposed to be just human beings and all melting potted around, then there should be no such thing as purist ideologies. Indians should be highly ridiculed for this. Like an Indian woman disowning one of her children for marrying outside of the Hindi whatever. The same with Asians. They do the same. The Chinese used to do, like, they might still have that same ideology, but how the Chinese view it as the reason they don't want to have girls is because when a woman marries off, to them, she's no longer part of their family. She's joined another family. That's why they don't like women. They don't like birthing women, because that woman leaves their family and goes and joins another family when they get married. As if once they marry, all communication ceases to exist. Like, these are the ideologies of some of these countries that exist. Like, you guys want to talk about America being so ignorant in their ideologies, we're racist, we're this, we're that, but then you don't want to talk about China and how ignorant that is. The reason they don't want girls, don't want to birth women, is because when they marry off, they marry into another family, so we disown them after that. Like, how stupid does that sound? And in an Indian family, disowning their child because they married a black girl or a black man or a white man. These are these countries you want to pack in here. The most racist people around the world, you're wanting to continually pack in here. They hate us. They don't just hate this country and everything this country stands for. No, they hate us. Us as people. They absolutely hate us as people. They hate everything we stand for. And if they had their way, our government would go away and they would put in place all of their laws. And I can guarantee you, if it was assimilate or go home, wonder how that would turn out. Because it's not racist to want people to assimilate with our society and want our society to stop constantly trying to change itself for other societies. That's what we want. You can call it racist if you want, but what the fuck ever.
Africa's not racist with its fucking genocides.
Right.
Like
right.
everywhere, even when I moved to England, the amount of racism I dealt with for being American. Like, I was American, they're like, oh, yank, oh, dickhead, school shooter. But it's like, watch out. But the thing is, I think it's funny.
Yeah.
But these people can't take a fucking joke.
Right.
Like, I love when people, I have the most diverse friend group, and our friendships are based on racism. Like, it's funny.
Right,
It's funny.
right.
Like, I know a white guy
Yeah.
who's loyal.
Right.
Fucking weird. But
Right.
like, we make fun of each other all the
Fucking
time.
white
Like,
guy that's
racism is
loyal.
hilarious amongst a friend group.
Right.
But in America, everyone's so sensitive to it. It's insane. And they believe they live in a racist country. It's like, you need to go basically anywhere else. Go anywhere else and you will see. And what's interesting is actually the countries like Dubai, which I spent a lot of time in, the UAE, which is a super diverse country with 80% immigration. But the locals, the natives, they're above you. You can't fuck with a Gulf Arab in UAE. You can come and you can visit and you can buy a nice house and you can live there and you can enjoy Dubai. But if you crash your car into an Arab, it was your fault.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. Like, there's no way out of it, right? So the whole world's fucking racist except America. And these people are constantly and endlessly crying. It's like so ungrateful almost.
Well,
It's
I think,
ungrateful.
I think most of it comes from the black community, though. I think that's what's keeping racism alive in this country.
Yeah.
It's
And the
just-
white, they got,
No,
the white
it's not
liberals
just the
pushing
black
it to the side.
community. It's these simpy white communities too. These I want to please everybody communities. So there it is. There it is. It's ideology has no race. It's the liberal ideology. That is the problem. Liberal ideology. Thinking that everything in the world needs to be on the same level. That liberal ideology. That is the problem.
life support.
Yeah.
Well, I think everyone's tired of it now, but they're going to keep trying to push it because it allows them to feel important for 5 seconds. So they're going to keep trying to push it.
Andrew, do you consider yourself to be African American?
Well, there's times. I'm like the day walker. I swap in and out. It depends.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
You know, like I had an auntie. She's black and she talks like a white woman until she gets mad. Then she's Jamaican.
Yeah.
You ever had one of them?
Yeah, definitely.
That's like me.
Yeah.
Depends on mood I'm in.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm white, sometimes I'm black, depends on mood I'm in.
Yeah.
But no, it's really interesting. And also, pattern recognition isn't racism. We need to make that very clear. Like if I think of a pedophile, I imagine a white man.
Yeah. Right.
And if I think of gang shooting, I imagine a black man. Call me racist, but that's just what I imagine, right?
When I think
you
of
imagine
tacos, I think of Latinos.
well, that's right. Yeah, 100%. Build the wall. So we got enough tacos. It's fine. We don't need any more. So
If I walk into a restaurant, a Latino restaurant, and I see a bunch of Asians making tacos, I'm walking right out.
100%.
Yeah.
So racial stereotypes.
That is legit. If I go into a Hispanic restaurant and there's nothing but Asians in there, I'm leaving. The same if I go to an Asian restaurant and there's nothing but Hispanic people in, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. No. Hell no. Hell no. And as a matter of fact, if I see white people making Asian food, I'm walking the hell out. I'm walking the hell out. Hell no. Hell no. And he's right. If I think of a PDF file, I most likely think of a white person. Someone that looks like Tom Hanks. If I think of gang violence, I do think of black people. It's unfortunate. I mean, I've seen it with my own 2 eyes in history. And I mean, it's just how it is. And it's also how it's usually framed in narratives, too. Anytime you hear about gang violence, it's usually being shown around black people. Young, dreaded haired black dudes. That's just how it is. It's usually how it goes. When I think of somebody getting caught for being a PDF, yeah, most likely white dude. Most likely a white dude. But that's just kind of what history's shown in these patterns. These patterns tend to crop up that way. PDFs, white dudes. Gangs, black dudes. Hitting on fat chicks, Hispanics and black dudes. Whoa. Poor white dudes too. Some poor white dudes around Christmas time.
This also exists for a reason, but now we're going to try and tell us that we have to ignore basic pattern recognition or it's racism.
Right.
And this is the point that's difficult because I'll be completely honest with you. If I was Snow White and I was a police officer and I was in inner Chicago and it's 4 a.m. and I've stopped a Toyota Camry and there's 4 black guys in it and my partner got killed 2 years ago because of a Toyota Camry with 4 black guys in it and they're not compliant, I'll be trigger happy. Now to pretend he's not, that's pattern recognition.
Yeah,
That's pattern.
That's
Now,
how you survive.
that's
in
how you
society.
survive in the world.
Yeah.
The reason our ancestors survived is because we saw someone go try and pet the lion.
Right.
Right.
We're like, there's a pattern here.
Sorry,
You try.
bro.
Oh, he died too. Okay, avoid the lion. Right, there's a pattern recognition. So what's
He said avoid the lion. What happened to your friend? He died too. We'll avoid the lion.
what's interesting, what's so scary about this racism argument is it prevents people, I'll give you another example of this in a second, but it prevents people from acting appropriately, understanding that perhaps the world's not a perfect place, perhaps it's never going to be fully balanced. So you need to understand when you are going to be deemed more of a threat. So if I was a completely black person in that Toyota Camry, I would say, this officer's intimidated guys. We would be on our best behavior.
Right.
Now, they'll say, I shouldn't have to.
Then you wouldn't be the black guy in the car. You'd be the one white friend in the car. Because that's the way it's always framed. The white people have the most logic. They're always trying to talk to the police officers. Dave Chappelle, a lot of his skits are like that. Get you a white friend, because you're gonna need somebody to talk to the police. Like that's just how it is. And the crazy thing is I think it's like a lot of these situations only get escalate like they do because of the showing of the ass, if you will. Like when your parents are like, we're about to have company, I don't want any of you showing your ass. That is a high chance when it's a group of people in a vehicle, because nobody wants to be the person that gets made fun of for the next 20 years for being the white guy. Well, send him to talk to the cops. The cops are here. Send him to talk to the cops. Are you a Fed now? The ridicule goes beyond just comedy and just that another unique interaction within the group. It can go into actual paranoia, where you start thinking, like, the people who look at this person now start thinking, well, wait, you do be saying some weird stuff, man. So then it starts to create that problem in that group. And that's, people would say, well, why are you acting white? Why are you acting white? What do you mean? Why am I acting in a manner that says I value my life? Because that's kind of how it is. You either value your life or you don't. For me, it's like, I value my life. Dying doesn't bother me. I could be sitting here talking and then I don't worry about that. I don't constantly live my life at a stepping off point. I could have walked past my death 40 times and not thought about a single one of them. I mean, maybe because I've had a near-death experience before. But, well, I will have to say, everyone I have ever known who has had a near-death experience, we play, like, I don't know. It's not like we play games with death, but we're like, I see you. Ooh. Ooh. It's like the death. It's like the meme where the I gotta find it. Well, I gotta use my memory bank. Weird video with the guy in all black leather with spikes on his head and two other guys are shining a flashlight on him. He's being what's the word? And weirder. This, the Shadow Man.
I'm going to plunge the world into darkness.
No, you won't. Oxros will protect us. We shine a light upon you.
That right there.
The light.
That's what I think about. It's so good. So oh, the light. The light. The kids. I don't even remember what I was talking about now. But that's what it can be likened to. Whatever I was talking about is likened to that.
Have to do that.
I'll
You shouldn't
probably
have to
think
lock
of
your
it
door
again.
at night.
Yeah.
But you do.
Right.
The world's not a perfect fucking place.
Right.
There's no such thing as shouldn't have to.
Right.
I'm a big man. If I go and knock, let's say my car breaks down, and I go knock on someone's door in the middle of the night, I know that I'm scary. If a little girl knocks, they may open it. I'm going to be more intimidating. I have to keep that in mind. I'm not going to be at the door like trying to flex.
Yeah.
They're not going to.
Like, yo, open this door. I got a problem out here. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Like, here, perfect instance. My brother, he lives kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's not a place where if your car breaks down, it's the first place you're going to want to stop. You're probably going to drive further to find more lights. But no, apparently somebody broke down, and instead of coming to the front door, they walked down onto his property all the way to the back of his house to the back door. They weren't knocking. They were at first standing there. And my brother's wife comes out to the kitchen, I guess to get a drink, whatever. I lived there for a while. It's kind of like a regular thing they do. They get up in the middle of the night and get drink. They're literally like one of those goofy families from one of those movie. And as she flicked the light on, she seen the guy standing at the door. And instead of saying, I need help, my car broke down, he's like, let me in. Goes right into let me in. So she yells to my brother. My brother pulls his pistol out of his nightstand, runs in, rips the door open, and just puts the gun right to his head. And he's like, I don't care what you're doing here. You better get off this property before I call the ambulance. Because instead of saying, being the first interaction, I broke down, I need help, this guy went into let me in. And she said that's, for the first few things he said, that's all he kept saying. He kept grabbing onto the handle. Let me in. Now, you don't do that. Like, if you break down and you're an adult, or you're a person, a human being, don't assume that those people in that house are going to treat you like anything different. Like, you're a human being. You have the capability of great harm as well as great good. So don't expect me to think, oh, well, that's a good person right there. They're knocking on the door. Oh, he only said, let me in. It's not like he tried to rip the door open. No, you have to assume all human beings are up to no good until they prove otherwise. Like, the government might say, you innocent until proven guilty. No, in reality, it's guilty until proven innocent. It really is.
Gonna fucking open it.
Yeah.
You have to know the game you're playing.
Yeah, because white people.
Because if you're not guilty, it's easy to prove you're innocent. It's super easy. Because if you can't prove you're innocent, then it's either being framed against you or you can't come up with the evidence to prove your innocence. And it's not hard to prove your innocence. You literally explain the situation. If you're not up to any good, showing up to somebody's house randomly,
So
you'd
what
be
I'm
able to
saying
say,
is, and this get me in trouble.
the first thing you do is when you realize the dude was coming at you with a gun, you're like, whoa, 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 whoa.
If you're a
The
black
dude
person
just
in the
stood
inner
there.
city and you understand how the inner city runs, when you're getting stopped by police, you should comply more
And it
than
was
ever.
only after the fact he said his car broke down. Only after the fact he said, my car broke down. I need help. And he's like, well, this isn't the place for that. He said, there's a gas station right down the way. I recommend walking down there.
Because you should understand perhaps it's
The
unfair.
first things out of my brother's mouth after that were, if he would have approached the situation any differently, it may have been better handled. I said, yeah, that's kind of what happens if somebody's first words to you are, let me in. Defense mode is activated. And to think otherwise is ignorant. Well, that's jumping to conclusion. No, that's safety of your family. Because the most evil people in the world have perfect credit scores and buy all the stuff that makes them look like good people. They say all the right things. Some of the most evil people in the world have been the most socially aligned.
Preconceived notions. Perhaps it's unfair. Perhaps you're a great person. Perhaps, yes. But the world's not perfect.
Yeah.
Right.
And thinking that the world is perfect and us trying to push this ideal version of the world where everyone ignores basic pattern recognition is bullshit and garbage. I'm more intimidated when I walk past 5 men. If I'm walking alone at night and there's 5 men on a street corner, I find that more scary than 5 women on a street corner.
Yeah.
Am I sexist?
No.
That's fucking, I'm not a dumbass. I'm a realist.
Right.
I'm a realist. So this racism's gone so far now that we're disrupting the ability for people to be realists.
Yeah.
So they're expecting a little white woman to walk past 5 big Negroes in the middle of inner city Chicago and be like, don't be racist,
like that.
Jane. Don't be racist, Jane. Don't be racist. Hi, fellas. Like, bro, you're gonna lose your handbag,
Yeah,
at
right.
least.
Right.
That doesn't bother me. Like if someone
He said, hi, fellas.
get into an elevator, this happened to us. We'll get in an elevator and it's just a white.
That's what
lady.
a Karen
She
would do,
just back
though.
In the corner
Yeah.
and just,
A
like,
Karen
grab
would
on-
try to prove a point like that, walk to the worst neighborhood, and say, look, it's not that bad. To prove her point. And then it would, and if they she does prove the point, I would like to see the extension of that point. I would like to see all of that footage then. Because I would say there's probably already been some property exchange happening. Well, you took my handbag. Well, can I at least prove a point? It's not that bad down here. Why do you think they gentrify neighborhoods? If they thought certain classes of people were able to be lived around, then they wouldn't have to gentrify a neighborhood. They wouldn't have to gentrify areas. If everybody was actually able to live in perfect harmony, there would be no such thing as gentrification. They wouldn't be gentrifying anywhere. Like, it proves this argument wrong completely. And yes, gentrification is racist, but it's racist to a class of people and not racist to a specific race of people. So it's more classist than it is racist.
Going to a press?
Yeah.
I'm like,
And I'm not going to say it's coincidence, because there's a reason the neighborhoods that seemingly get gentrified the most are predominantly black neighborhoods. There's a reason that is. And everybody could say, well, it's because white people. Like, there are black people in politics and have been black people in politics for a long time. You think they're making these decisions against the white people? No, they're not. They're making the exact same decisions white people are making. And you can't say, well, then they're the ones that are doing disservice to the black community. But over and over and over again, it's the same thing. It's the same thing over and over and over again. Black politicians get in, they say the good stuff, but somehow none of that good stuff ever gets done. And then what do they say? Well, I don't have enough support. That's not true. Your colleagues should be your support, right? Like, you're part of your whole little organization because you all have the same ideas or fight for the same things, right? So your colleagues should also be fighting for your ideals while you're fighting for theirs. It's like, so is it really a good thing? I mean, again, you can say it's all white people, but history has proven it's a lot more. It's everybody, all of them. Huh. Goes back to what I've been saying. It's all of them. Like, there's a lot more of us than there are of them, but somehow we're believing that we're the problem. That just doesn't make sense. Like, how does that make sense? There's so much more of us than there are of them, but we've allowed them to convince us that we're the problem. It's all us. We're all the problem. And you all keep fighting for these people. You keep advocating for these people. I'm telling you, you start striking this stuff starts to come down and change overnight. You want to see us capture our government back like the United States government just captured Maduro? Do that. Strike it all. And you will watch as they all sit themselves in court, ready to be prosecuted. You will watch it. They will all be begging and pleading when their coffers dry up overnight. Because these people have built a facade of wealth. It's not real wealth. It's a facade that as long as we keep buying into it, it's able to be sold. And it's the true definition of a scam. They're selling us products that we won't ever see. They sell these ideas and these ideologies, and we won't ever see these products. We won't see any type of tangible, intangible, metaphorical, any type of good from it or service. They are selling us on a scam, and we buy it. We literally buy it constantly, consistently, every day, and without question. Oh well, sometimes we do, but then it's like, oh look, we snatched up Maduro from down in South America. We're about to bring freedom to the South America. Or get rid of all the drugs. Oh yeah, what were we arguing again? Oh no, it's not. It's not because of the Epstein files. It's not at all. It's not. It's not the fact that they're actually actively breaking the law with keeping the names and not explaining why certain portions of the documents are redacted when those redactions single-handedly break the law. Yeah. Never mind that. We won't pay attention to that no more. We've all forgot about the Epstein files now that Maduro's caught. Man, he was such a terror, such a threat to the world. Oh my God, I'm glad we got Maduro. Now we're gonna sleep at night. If you really think we liberated any Venezuelan people, again, you're smoking crack and you've never actually looked into what geopolitics is. And the fact that all these politicians are trying to use that is, well, this is geopolitics, so this is how all this works. These dudes are lying right to your face. They've opened up your butthole and they've hooked an exhaust fan up to it. They're literally blowing it all up your asshole, and you're just like, I'm gonna echo their sentiment everywhere. I believe them. I believe every word they say. The government has stopped lying. They told us so. Again, if you believe that this isn't all theater, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you. This is all theater.
Like, I don't blame you.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
I don't blame you at all.
But what's funny about it is they'll pretend that being intimidating is a terrible curse when it comes to something like a police stop, when they live their entire life trying to be as intimidating as possible.
Exactly.
You're standing a certain way, you're dressing a certain way, you're listening to certain music, you're fucking gangbanging. You want everyone to walk past you to know you're a real fucking G. You want everyone scared of you all the time. Except for when the cop gets scared and pulls his weapon, then it's like, whoa, what's the problem? You've been scaring people your whole fucking life. You've been intimidating people your whole life. You could have had a 3-piece suit on and a fucking little hat. Yeah. You've been fine. No, you're wearing a fucking Crip bandana. Why do you think I was a gangster?
Right.
Like,
talking in Ebonics.
Yeah, but it's bullshit. So all of this is done on purpose. This whole racism argument has gone way too far. As far as I know, black people and white people have basically the fair treat. I mean, the law applies to all of us. DEI actually gave black people a whole bunch of advantages over white people. So to sit here and believe that this is a racist country is completely ignorant. It's not a racist country. And you can succeed in this country if you, no matter what skin color you are, if you try your best and you conduct yourself the right way. And perhaps there'll be the odd scenario where you feel like you're being treated differently because of your skin color in a negative, but also you're not talking about all of the times you were treated in a positive because of your skin color. Perhaps because you're a big black man, you have problems in police stops, but you ain't got problems walking alone at night like a little white person does. So there's a bunch of times people were sitting there waiting to rob someone and goes, not him.
Right.
So you had the pros and the cons.
Right.
So you get the pros and the cons of these things.
That's life.
That's life. So
you gotta take advantage of the pros.
Exactly. And just to go back on my point, because I mentioned it earlier, and I just want to wrap it up. I said about how Africa's poor because it's rich. I watched a really interesting study. You should watch it. It was about what makes the perfect nation. Because I was trying to build the perfect country in my mind. Like what would make the perfect nation? It was talking about if you started from zero, how would you have the richest, most prosperous, perfect country? And it said the countries with the best weather are countries like England and Netherlands, because you want it to be a little bit rainy. You want to be able to have agriculture, and you don't want people to have too much fun for free. Like in Thailand, they ain't got to be rich. They just go to the beach, get coconut. They're living good. In England, you got to have a Ferrari and a mansion. You're still depressed. So you work very hard. You pay a lot of taxes. There's a whole bunch of things involved with it. But it said that if you have a complicated societal structure, natural resources makes your country richer. So like Norway is very rich. They have oil and a bunch of natural resources, but they have a complicated social structure. So they dig the oil up, and that money goes to the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, which goes into the stocks and bonds and the gold ETFs, and it's all tracked online, and they're a very rich country. Africa's super rich, but they don't have complicated systems. So what happens there is that they discover cobalt. The problem with natural resources is it doesn't require society to get the value of it. So if you have a country that builds jet engines, you now need factories, which takes workforce, which need houses, which need universities, which need schools, which need hospitals, which needs roads. So you have to build all this infrastructure around it to produce these jet engines. If you find cobalt, you just got to dig it up out of the ground. So Africa's problem is that it's so rich, they don't have these complicated structures. So what happens is they find cobalt. The dictator gets a deal from outside, usually the West, to get money into his pocket. They send a few soldiers and a few kids to go dig it up. They take all the cobalt out. It goes straight to the West. The dictator gets rich. None of the African people get rich. None of the African nation gets rich. They don't build anything. And the cobalt's gone. West is rich. Dictator goes to Dubai. Boom, done. So Africa's biggest problem is that it's actually so rich in resources that it's held back by how many things it has. If it didn't have any resources, they could build things and put it all together and start building jet engines, but they don't because they're like, look, we found something interesting here. Dictator gets rich, few of the elites get rich, and the average person gets fucked. So it's kind of unfair. But that's
exactly what I just said.
I mean, do you think that's? I'm going to sound
They
like
get
a white
ravaged.
supremacist when I say that.
I know what you're going to say. Don't even say
Do you
it.
think that's genetic?
Well,
but come on, man.
Byron Daniels is after me. Byron Daniels is after me. No, but let's think.
Well, let me take that back. It's not genetic, it's culture.
Yeah. I mean, but culture on a long enough time frame is genetic.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
So like if when white people, you know what I love? If you watch on Twitter, it's actually the best argument. It's so fun. The race realists, the super racists who say like black people are genetically different to white people and you're more violent and and all this shit. They always attack me on Twitter they call me mulatto and all this shit. It's so funny. And I read all their shit. I read all their shit. I read all the race realism stuff. And I'm kind of sitting there going, kind of agree with some of it.
Yeah.
They're saying black people are more naturally violent. I'm like, hey, damn right. Watch out. But that's right, pussy. But culture on a long enough time frame becomes genetics. I mean, let's be honest. Is the average African as smart as the average Westerner? No. I would argue that if you go to the Central African Republic where they don't have schools and they don't have infrastructure and their parents haven't been to school and their grandparents haven't been to school, that probably they're not as smart as somebody who's their entire bloodline's been university educated. Probably that is true. So after a long enough time frame, it becomes genetic. And then you want to take enough of them and dump them over here and expect them to operate within complicated systems.
Holy shit. That is the argument I brought up the other day. And I got a bunch of people, I think it was on TikTok. You're an idiot. You have no idea what you're talking about. No, it is exactly that. It's going to take multiple generations of people from lower IQ countries that don't have standardized types of learning, that don't have a structural moral code. People that haven't developed past the primitive actions of someone that's no different than a caveman. Because you built a little hut over here, you're better than a caveman? A caveman's smarter because they didn't waste the resources building a hut. They lived in the cave and they brought their resources into the shelter of the cave. So were we smarter for leaving the cave or were we dumber? Like, it's a Schrodinger's cat situation. Like, had we never left the caves, had we stayed in the caves forever, it would be just like the fucking what? The story told in philosophy about the cave. It's the cave and the something. Allegory of the cave. This right here. It's a good visual representation. If we had never left caves, the world outside would have been perceived a lot differently. Everything that we would have perceived about the world outside would have come from things that would be casting a shadow against the greater wall. It was when we started to venture outside, when we were freed from the shackles of the cave, essentially, and went outside into the world, when we started to see the world differently. Our eyes adjusted. We adjusted. We started to adapt to the world. And so we went back into the cave to tell everyone else, hey, the world outside isn't just these weird things on the wall. It's so much different. Even if those people were to be freed, it would be hard for them to venture outside because all they know is that what they know from in the cave. Because these symbolize the people outside the cave. The people who live amongst society outside. And their experiences of life are casting shadows to the people who keep themselves in the cave. This is kind of a whole way of thinking wrapped into a philosophical anecdotal story. Because it symbolizes a multitude of things. And this is why when this conversation came up, I was over the moon to have it. Because this is not the first time I'd had this conversation about the allegory of the cave as not just a philosophical story, but a means in which you approach things in life. Everyone should start something, whatever it is. You should start the approach of something like being in a cave, being shackled in a cave. And the only thing you know of that are the varying shadows that trickled in from the outside. And then slowly over time, once the shackles are taken away and you can actually venture out toward it, then you can pretty much more or less ingratiate yourself with it. To where you're not just going from A to Z with no middle in between. Because that's kind of like how all this is like over time, if more and more societies that aren't developed and whatever, instead of their venturing outside of the cave being leave where they're at and go across the world to somewhere completely different that has a 100% different society than what was in the cave, if they developed to a point where that gap is more or less like a 60-40 or even a 50-50, going over to England wouldn't be that bad societal wise to an American citizen. Some mild language barrier differences, but overall you could probably get on pretty well, even in Asian countries. And it's not because they're like white people. They're like white people. No, it's because they're developed countries. They've put in place a centralized learning structure where everybody kind of is ushered up to a standard intelligence level before they're set free on the public. This is what we need more of. We need more of this. Build it up first and then turn it over. Because flooding our society with low IQ, low intelligence people is going to do nothing but continue to hurt us in the long run. Because as I said before, it's in order for some of these societies to get to where we need them to be, it's going to take multiple generations to do that. And that's not multiple generations of mixing with white people. No, it's multiple generations of assimilation in this culture. That's what it is.
Systems they don't fully understand.
Right.
They're probably just going to say, "Fuck it, let's rob the store," and then you have. I mean, this is realism. This is realism.
Yeah, because you look at Africa, it's a continent, it's not a country, but. If that was a country like the United States, with the resources they got, the manpower they have, it would be a superpower.
It should be
the biggest superpower.
It should be a superpower.
But this little United States, majority is white, is running the world.
Well, white people are the best at building complicated systems. That's
Yeah.
what the white people do best.
Yeah.
I mean, like my camera guy who's off. There he is. Look at him. Look at him.
White
right?
guy.
These are the people who, in 1960s in NASA, when they did Apollo 11, all them motherfuckers. There was like 20,000 of them, little white guys with glasses and pieces of paper and a pen, and they put something on the moon.
Yeah.
You get 10,000 black people in a room, tell them to achieve anything.
Dude, that was so wrong.
How long till there's a fight? Shaniqua's jumping in. She's trying to hit him. Like it's we're more family orientated. We're more clan orientated, right?
Yeah,
You know,
more
like
tribalistic.
we are. We're tribalistic, which is a pro and a con. Again, these are pros and cons. But if you want to extrapolate it out towards a nation state, the thing the white man is best at is working with people he doesn't know. That's a white man's superpower. A white man will go, hello, I've got a bunch of money. And I want to build boats. I've decided I want to build boats. So I'm going to go and find the best boat builder. John Smith. Hello, boat builder. I don't know you. You don't know me. This is called a contract. And let's do a contract. And you're going to build the boats and I'm going to pay for it. And now we have a successful shipping company. In Africa, it doesn't work that way. They're like, I'm rich. I want boats. Who do I know? My cousin.
Yeah.
My cousin can't build boats. He doesn't know anything about boats, but that's who I know. He's the only guy I trust. He's in my clan. He's my family. So I go to my cousin. You're in charge of the boats. Okay, I will build the boats. And he takes the money, and then no boats get built, and everything's fine. That's why the finance minister is the second cousin of the fucking president, and nobody knows anything, and it's all insidious because you only trust your people. Now, I'm still like that now. I'm black enough like that now. I trust my brother, my people.
Yeah.
So I got that black in me. But I'm also white enough to know I can do a contract and get a boat built. But white people are fantastic at trusting people they don't know. That's why white people are like howdy neighbor. They don't even know you. Howdy. White people have this weird. No, it's not weird, but the white people mentality is
My
far
brother's
more
white
attributed
dude.
towards the benefit of society
that.
with a larger understanding of working with those they're not directly correlated with. Whereas the black people is like, these are my people only. And it's very insular. But it becomes far more difficult to run a country that way with competence. If you want to run a country competently, you need to find the most competent man for the job. I don't know if this is true. I don't want to be held up on it, and I don't want to be attacked for it. It might not be true, but I heard something that when the British start selling their ships around, they were amazed that when they got to all these native countries, the Aboriginals in Australia and Africa and India, all these places, no one had heard of a contract. No one had heard of the idea of working with someone who wasn't their family. They're like, it's a contract. They haven't heard of a contract. No one had heard of it. So what? You just find anyone to do
I
it?
said that about the Indians. They still work. They're still
So they
that
were
way.
like
Savages.
Yeah. Well,
They hate working outside of Indian culture. And these are, I'm talking Hindu Indians, not Native American Indians, Hindi Indians. They do not like working outside of their culture or working for anyone or doing anything for anyone outside of Indian culture. That's why they have no problem scamming American citizens, because to them, most likely they're going to be scamming another white person. And they wouldn't care if it was a black person, but again, they don't care because of the fact that we're America. We aren't India. They scam their own people, they do. But they scam the rest of the world more. The ones that scam their own people, I mean, they just know that it's an untapped market. And if you're in the world of illegitimate business, you're not going to leave a market untapped. Your market and your own market isn't even safe from your tactics. And that's just how it works. Too bad, so sad. But the amount of hate they have for the rest of the world is a lot greater. They don't hate their own people. They just look at them as an untapped market that needs tapped. Otherwise, somebody else will tap it. So that's just how it works.
Have you seen those videos of them eating?
Hey, pull up
It's
that,
the
Joe.
year 20.
Joe,
It's
pull
the-
up those TikTok videos, these African tribes.
Byron, I'm sorry. Listen, I know you got busted for weed. Fucking talk about letting the black man down. For busted for fucking weed.
Check fraud.
100 human trafficker. You know, fuck this guy. I'm moving to Vegas. Fuck these people. Bring your case. Fuck you.
Yeah, make it bigger, Joe.
These people have not evolved at all for like probably 5,000 years. Imagine being a white man back in the slave days. So yeah, we'll take these.
All right, so let's talk about this now.
Yeah.
We're going down race realism, and you know, we're the only people brown enough to get away with this, so we can do it.
Oh, we're not gonna get away with this shit.
Well, let's talk about it, right?
Yeah.
So, the white man, where he grew up, primarily, they had to plan ahead in a way different than the Africans did. So, like, if you were in England, you had to grow grain, because that's how you eat. But grain only grows a certain part of the year. So you have to think ahead, and you have to plan. You have to plow the field. Then you have to grow the grain. Then you got to build buildings to store it in. And that means you need a lot of people. A lot of people need schools, hospitals, roads, housing. Now you need a city. You have to plan everything over a year cycle just to have food. In Africa, they didn't have to do that. Mango. Boom. They just go get a mango when they're hungry. Go kill this. They had so much resource, they didn't have to plan ahead. Wait till you're hungry, kill something, eat it. You didn't have the same infrastructure that was required to eat.
Yeah, it gets cold in Europe.
It gets cold. You got to build a house. You need firewood. You got to think ahead. You apply that across 1,000 years. You have a very different mentality towards life than you do in Africa, which is just pure brutal survivalism. That's what it is.
I've heard that argument because of the weather. White
I've never heard that
versus
argument.
The white man and the black man, both races evolved differently over time because living in a cold, horrible climate, you got to think.
Yep.
And you live in a warm environment, you just get up, take a shit, and make you a bowl of soup like these niggas.
That's right. That's right. And you're good.
Yeah.
So this is it. And then we also apply this to what I said earlier about the white man having to work with other people he doesn't particularly know. If you're going to go through all that work to build to grow grain, and you have to build a grain store, you don't want your grain to go bad. So you're going to find the best grain store company guy in the world, whoever he is, and you're going to have a contract with him. And you're going to learn to work with and get along with people you didn't particularly get along with, etc. Whereas Africans didn't have any of these problems, so they're far more clan based and clan oriented,
tribalistic.
You see that here in America? Like I used to be a private investigator, and I was watching people like insurance claims right back in the day.
So he's watching me for Byron.
Yeah. So
why am I giving Byron a hard time? Fuck Ron too. Fuck both of them.
Yeah.
fuck Ron, little Ron.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I was a private investigator, and they sent me to the black community. It was Watts. Nobody else wanted to go. They said, you'll fit in. So the white man sends me there, and I'm there. I'm in that neighborhood maybe 2 minutes before everybody comes out like, who is this nigga?
Yeah, of course.
It's like, you see that tribalism that came from our evolution in Africa is here in America.
Oh, 100%.
You could just go into any black neighborhood, all black. Even if you're black, they're going to be looking at you crazy.
But this is the thing that's interesting, because people at home don't understand that the matrix itself, the people who are in charge of the world, they find every innate action or every innate inclination that humans have, and they hijack it and Trojan horse it. So the natural tribalism that blacks have, they hijack and Trojan horse and use against us when a convicted fucking felon does some dumb shit he shouldn't have done, and and black people defend him anyway.
Right.
Because it's tribalism, right? They'll stick up for him anyway. The liberals are actually very tribalistic. It's very interesting that if a conservative is accused of something, not even convicted, will self-cannibalize. Whereas if a liberal's accused of something, no one gives a fuck. If he's convicted, no one gives a fuck. If he did it, there's a fucking video, no one gives a fuck. The liberals don't care. The liberals will accept a criminal into their team if it helps them, no problem. Us conservatives, the moral high ground.
Well, outside of that, it goes back to what I was saying, that a lot of criminals get away with what they are doing, and it's easy for criminals to get away with being criminals because of liberal policy. That all accepting, everybody deserves a benefit of the doubt policy. We need to get rid of these policies.
And will fucking self-cannibalize over an accusation all day long. It's pathetic.
Right.
But they do this with everything. They Trojan horse all things. So if you're in charge of the world and you want to get an objective done, these people are not stupid. They literally rule the world. They'll sit there and go, okay, we want to convince people that if they pay more taxes, the sun will stop being hot. So how do we do this? Well, this is a pretty
if they pay more taxes, the sun will stop being hot. That sounds about the whitest shit I ever heard. It sounds exactly like something a white person would believe.
hard argument to get across. So we're going to start with something more basic. Do you like trees? Yeah, I like trees. Do you like the oceans and the fish? Do you want to destroy the whole world? No, I don't want to destroy the whole world. All right, then we're going to put up your taxes. So they take your natural. So they take your natural inclination.
Fuck to believe it.
Yeah. So they take your natural inclination to like nature, and they Trojan horse it. They put in Trojan horses. Another one's tolerance. Oh, we're Christians. Yeah. You're tolerant, right? You're not horrible people. You're tolerant. You understand other people. You're tolerant. Yeah. Okay, here's a drag queen. Whoa. So
Okay, here's a drag queen.
They take your natural inclinations and they sneak in these Trojan horses with everything all the time. So the tribalism of the black people is being used against them when they're sticking up for fucking dickhead pieces of shit. No other race does this, by the way.
Right.
If a white man had a rap sheet as long as his arm and murdered someone, white people wouldn't be like, oh, sticking up. White people don't even stick
Karens
up for
would be.
themselves.
No,
So let's forget that.
I will
Asian-
disagree with that. Well, he probably disagree with himself, but Karens would. Karen would. But also Karens have liberal ideologies and policies. That's how it works. They're not Democrats. No, they're no longer Democrats. They're Karens. They have that Karen ideology, Karen policies. Nobody can do harm until given the benefit of the doubt first. Like, these are the policies that are putting everyone in harm's way. These Karen, Democrat, liberal policies. And that's not to say, well, conservative policies are better. They're so much better. Look at this. No, because all their policies are bad. The good part about I didn't even realize he was over snooze knocked out. I saw the curtain moving. Only good thing about conservative policy is it's thinking more than acting. It's not acting on whims and just, I had an idea, so I'm going to do it now. Not think about anything of it. That's conservative policy. Conservative policy is more of a thoughtful process policy. But it doesn't make it good. Doesn't make a good policy. And a lot of the times it's bad because these people take so long to do anything that it doesn't matter when they finally do what we need them to do. Which goes back to my point. None of their policies are for us. Unless you're up in the upper echelons of the 10%, then you do not matter to these people. If you can't get invited to one of their parties, you do not matter to these people.
Whatever. But black people will be like, no, still. Like the way they attack Daniel Penny, it's like that motherfucker been harassing people on the subway forever. And he's doing his shit Michael Jackson moves or whatever the fuck. It's like one day.
That's why I call it black fatigue.
Yeah. People are just tired of this.
Yeah.
But the black tribalism just rallies around them. And then you add in a little bit of money because all these fucking people manage to somehow pay their bills. How do you pay your bills when you're marching for black people all day? Try it.
Yeah.
Go out there and march. Go out there and march. March all day. Go just decide, you know what? I'm super passionate about this issue. And go start marching all day. You'll soon learn you have nowhere to fucking live. These motherfuckers are in a mansion pushing Escalades with private security.
Right.
You add in US aid money, and all of a sudden you have these huge fucking movements. And it's not just in America. This is what the American state has been doing globally all around the world.
All over the world.
This is how they did the Ukraine-Russian war. They sit there and go, how do we make people who are so ethnically close, so ethnically aligned, who look the fucking same, who speak the same language, who've lived next to each other for eons, who grew up on the same TV shows, who share the same history. How do we make them hate each other? Well, what we need is we need a 20-year campaign of pushing Ukrainian independence, that Ukraine's actually a separate country to Russia. And we need to push the Ukrainian language. And we need to change the Ukrainian TV stations and make them different from Russia. We need to cut off the Russian news. We need to push this idea that Ukraine has always been subjected to abuse from Russia and that they're abused people. And then we need to find the nationalists inside of Ukraine who believe that Ukraine should be a standalone place. Then we need to promise them that when Ukraine is a standalone place, they'll be the kings of it. Then we need to make all of them rich and give them loads of money. And on a long enough time frame, you end up getting enough hatred and sentiment that you get the fucking war you want.
Right.
It's all done on purpose.
Right.
All of these things are Trojan horse. So when they sit there and go, we want a war between these two countries, they'll go, okay, let's find and infiltrate the nationalistic aspect of this one. Or same with the fucking sun being hot. Let's find a motherfucker who likes trees. Let's offer him a bunch of money, get him to walk around. And people are deliberately ignorant for a bag. Like I'll be honest. Like you take the average black person and say, look, just say black people are oppressed. Look, here's some money.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. People are pretty empty. Don't you remember being a child thinking adults were smart?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I used to actually look up to politicians.
I used to look up to grown-ups.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's a grown-up.
Yeah.
Turns out they were all fucking retarded the whole fucking time. And it's like everyone's a fucking dipshit. Everyone's
Right.
fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Everyone will do anything for a fucking paycheck.
Yeah.
Everyone's a fucking liar.
Yeah.
Everyone's self-interested.
Mhm.
And the only kind of smart people that exist are the people like me who at least understand what I am.
Right.
Like, I don't deny these things. I'll sit here and go, the reason I'm better than these motherfuckers is because they don't even know they're those things.
Mhm.
I'll self-analyze and go, I am self-interested.
Mhm.
I'm a person who's going to try and do things for his own self-interest.
Mhm.
I'm a person who's going to try and benefit himself. So I can at least check myself because I know the game I'm playing. These other motherfuckers are so dumb, they don't even know the game they're playing. So they really believe they're saving the trees or saving
Yeah.
the black man while getting fucking paid to
Right.
march around all day.
Yeah.
It's a fucking setup.
Yeah, I think
Idiots,
that's,
idiots are the enemy, guys.
Yes.
Idiots, dumb people. You know, like stupid people or weirdos or nerds. All
Blissfully ignorant. I give you a name for it, Andrew. It's called the blissfully ignorant. The ones whose heads are all up in the clouds, not paying attention to anything that's going on underneath them, that by the time they take their head out of the clouds and land back in reality, they drop in next to a Karen, and Karens infect them with Karenism, and then they start pushing liberal ideologies and policies and making us all look retarded. I explained it for you. You're welcome.
all these people that in school used to get bullied and picked on. I guess maybe that was God's way or natural selection to just keep them in their fucking place. Because
Survival of the fittest.
as soon as they get any power, look what they fucking do. Look at the theater kids.
Yeah.
When the theater kids got their asses whooped, it was fine. Now they're called the Democrats and they're fucking destroying society. We need more bullying. We need the bullies back.
Yeah.
Have you ever, this is a true story. I changed school a lot when I was a kid because I moved around. You know when you watch movies and someone goes into the new school and they see the nerd being picked on and they go and get to know the nerd and the nerd's really a cool guy? Have you ever tried to get to know a nerd? Because after like 5 minutes, you're like, I get why they pick on you. If you ever go talk to the weird kid, you join a new school, they're like, don't talk to him, he's weird. I'm like, leave him alone. No, he's a fucking weird, he's a fucking loser. I'm like, guys, there's like 6 of you, fucking leave him alone. I gotta talk to him for 5 minutes. I'm like, fuck that nigga, man. He is fucking weird. That kid is weird. Most of these people deserve what they get.
Hey, I remember we had this friend, I'm not gonna say his name. Remember, bleep this out, GB Hopkins, remember him?
Yeah.
Like, he was the weird
He said
guy. He
bleep
got all
this
A's,
out.
but he was weird. Nobody talked to him. So me and Kelvin, I think it was like 6 of us, let's go talk to him. They're picking on him. So we hang out. He said, hey, man, won't you guys come over today so we can play?
Yeah.
Right? So we go to his house, and he calls his dog in. He starts jacking his dog off. And then we look at each other like,
I'm gonna kick your ass.
It's like these weird kids,
Right.
they end up there. It's not an accident.
Right.
You know? So like it's kind of natural selection, but I guess now they're all allowed to run for office. I see these fucking Democrat politicians doing these fucking thought-ass TikToks. You know, what was it? It was
Jasmine
Trump.
Crockett.
Bro. It was Trump's State of the Union. When I saw his State of the Union and I saw them holding up the signs like, you know, Elon pay his taxes and shit, I was sitting in a cigar bar with Tristan and Roger Stone, who's a G. And I was watching the State of the Union. I said, in no sensible country on earth could Donald Trump be standing up there telling the truth and some fucking retard be in the same room heckling him.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of fucking country even is this now? Like, who are these people? You've achieved nothing. Who are you to sit with your fat ass? You can't even calorie control. Sitting there on a chair insulting Elon, who's putting rockets in space, saving humanity.
Satellites.
And you're sitting there going, with your sign, thinking you look good? How hubristic and stupid and arrogant do you have to be to sit there after achieving fucking nothing?
They over the sign, Elon Steele.
Yeah, eating Twinkies and then I'll get him. Like these people are fucking retards.
Yeah.
In any real country, in any sensible country, truthfully, if you had the richest man on earth who was in charge of innovating probably the most disruptive technologies on earth, in any real country, of course he'd be in government. He'd probably be the fucking president. He'd probably be in charge of absolutely everything. And there wouldn't be some fucking hippo heckling him from the crowd. He'd be the boss of anything. You think of Azerbaijan had the fucking richest man on the planet who was the only person who could do things in space that nobody else could and putting chips in people's brains and the only person that could compete with China and their soon-to-be global hegemony when it comes to electric vehicles. And you had one man competing against the entire Chinese industrial base and he's super rich. You have this one guy. You think you're going to allow him to be heckled by some fucking nobody with a sign? In any real country, he'd be fucking Lord. But here in America, we're like, fuck Elon, fuck he's trying to save us money. Fuck Elon. Like, who are these people? Who the fuck are these people?
Yeah.
I want to. I really.
Yeah.
I swear, when my criminal case is complete, I'm gonna walk around. I'm gonna go
His
to these
criminal
protests.
case.
I'm gonna say,
He said when my criminal case is complete, what the hell is he on trial for? This is dropped. Romania, the UK, and the US. In 3 different countries. Damn. Dude's being investigated by 3 countries. What the fuck? So he was trumped up in England on taxes? Oh. So oh, so that civil suit was dropped. Oh, okay. So the charges involving these same women were dropped off the main case, and they're seeking a civil trial. They were probably advised to. If they dropped it off the main and had them, they say insufficient evidence, but you don't pull up a new case in a civil trial if you have sufficient evidence, insufficient evidence. I wonder what he's talking about there.
Tell me your life story.
It's over. Oh. Did that. Go back here.
We do. So earlier this morning, Minneapolis was the site of an ICE officer-involved shooting. We've preliminary information that has been coming out know that allegedly the woman who was shot was a woman, according to Mike Tobin, who is there still on scene. Mike Tobin, if you're there, let's get the latest from you. Oh, okay. So we're going to bring it back to the couch as we talk about this. Harris, you were monitoring the tweets that were coming out from leadership there in Minneapolis, and it seemed that immediately upon learning of this ICE-involved shooting, we do know that all ICE agents are safe, but that leadership there was tweeting out about getting ICE out of Minneapolis, although Mike Walls allegedly has urged people to stay calm. What are your thoughts as this develops?
Well, leaving the politicians doing what they often do, Emily, I'll get to that in a second. But with this situation, just consider the backdrop here. You've got a state that's steeped in fraud. You've got federal agents on the ground arriving this week, taking a look at the $9 billion. And some have said that's a modest number. We'll see as the investigations, plural, shake out. We know that the U.S. Congress and the oversight chairman, James Comer, they're looking at this. They are bringing in people. So you've got that going on there. You also have a situation that Sandra just mentioned to me, too, where you've seen a lot of police officers leave. I mean, it's not a friendly place for cops. And because law enforcement isn't allowed to do its job. And so you've had a whole lot going on in the backdrop of this. And why is that important? All eyes on Minnesota right now. You have ICE agents on the ground trying to do what the president's goal is to do, and that is to clean up illegal immigration, violent, worst of the worst, out of the country first. ICE centers, they're trying to protect those, detention centers, and our ICE agents have been under threat. A whole lot going on. It is a concoction for anything to happen. So we've been watching this story without a lot of detail, but now take a look at the middle of your screen. This is what we heard early on, and it didn't really make sense, Emily.
Yeah.
So this was a shooting, but it was a ramming. Now we can see the remnants potentially of that with the white car and a vehicle behind it. We don't know all of the details or how that ended up, but we know that that's been a focal point as all of these vehicles now are lining the street. Residential area. Imagine what that feels like. You're looking outside, you've got people, law enforcement, you've got federal agents, everybody in your yards, on that street, and now finally some details that a woman reportedly has been shot. We don't know conditions of people. We don't know any of that from the ground. But in the meanwhile, we have Makeup Jacob Frey of Minneapolis. I'm aware of the shooting involving ICE agent at 34th Street in Portland. The presence of federal immigration enforcement agents is causing chaos in our city. He tweets this in the middle of all of this. We're demanding ICE to leave the city immediately. We stand rock solid with our immigrant and refugee communities. I don't know what he knows, but we're going to need to know a lot more information like the facts and not his opinion.
Well, once things in Venezuela start kicking off, we will be taking Venezuelan refugees. If you think that that's not going to be a next step in that plan, then you truly don't know anything about of what's going on at all, because that's actually one of the next steps. One of the next steps in the Venezuela stuff is going to be pushback, resistance, and then kind of like a full-scale thing. And we will end up putting soldiers on the ground in Venezuela in a capacity that's not just there for transitional. And we will be taking the refugees from that into the United States. So anybody that's saying that Trump is fixing immigration, no. It's just substituting out the players. That's it.
Opinion.
Now, we had a reporter on ground earlier, Mike Tobin, who talked to us about the allegations thus far. This ICE officer-involved shooting involved the person who was shot, a woman, and allegedly involved a ramming incident, which there on your screen you can sort of see. If it pulls out further, you'll see what looks like three vehicles that were sort of tangled together. And then you see there that group of people that, as Mike Tobin described it, sort of descended on the site
Massive group of
where it
people
occurred.
right
Now,
there.
there is tape keeping those people at bay. And he talked about sort of the knee-jerk reaction of these individuals that often do descend on where there is an ICE officer-involved situation. We see here now plenty of
I mean,
space
as long
in
as they're just
between
standing there
those
yelling
protesters
stuff
or
and not
gatherers
trying to
there
actively
and what
impede
looks like
anything.
the scene of that shooting, or at least the ramming. John, your thoughts as we see this unfold before us?
Well, Emily, of course, we need to see more facts.
Yes.
But I can tell you the broader picture here is this is what's going to happen in sanctuary states like Minnesota or California or New York, where local officials, if they're not tolerating or at least encouraging resistance to the execution of federal law. No one doubts here that people here are in violation of federal immigration law, that ICE agents have the right under the Constitution to go and execute warrants, to go and detain people in violation of that law. And state officials are not allowed to do what the mayor, according to Harris, just said, kicking federal agents out of a state. That is impossible under the Constitution. This mayor, again, once again, has showed he's not fit for office.
Inciting violence.
Yes, he's encouraging resistance to the execution of federal warrants. And so, unfortunately, you are going to see people in Minneapolis and Minnesota rush out to try to stop federal agents from doing their duty. And these state officers, instead of encouraging it, instead of saying federal officers should be
Federal intervention is a delicate process.
people there.
John, we
who are
have
trying to
more
stop
facts
officials.
now.
If federal intervention in things isn't done correctly and delicately, then it becomes a type of civil war. People don't even want to be pushed against by their state and local governments. And to have somebody who on most cases likes to throw their big boy weight around, like the federal government, that's going to be met with a lot more resistance. But the Democrat policies, that needs to go away. If there's fraud investigations and there's immigration issues going on in your state, and federal government has to come in because the state and local government is purposely allowing it all to happen, then that local government needs to be taken down to begin with. They should be investigated for their part in it all. Because if they're not taking it down and it's not out in the open, then they're part of it. There's no way around it. They're part of it, and they need to be put into the same places as the criminals are. Stop allowing politicians to break the law and get away from the consequences. I absolutely hate this conversation. That's why I do not like any of these politicians.
There in Minneapolis is confirming that today ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeting.
I've also said it many, many times before. If the majority of the people in the United States of America were to boycott filing taxes, paying taxes, voting, then there would be a change overnight. The results might stick for a second, but it'll all be investigated, and it will trigger a restructuring. You can ask any of the chat models about it. Ask them that plainly. If the people of the United States, as the majority, boycotted filing taxes, paying taxes, and voting, it would trigger fail-safes in this country that would almost instantly start a restructuring process. That is how we regime change here, with the majority of the people. And we saw, you guys got the little glimpse of it. You seen it through like right through that little eye hole. Just take away your hands, and you'll see the rest of it. Ask any model. I've asked all of them. All of them. I've asked all of them the exact same question in a multitude of ways. And they all say the same thing. There are fail safes that are put in place in the government structure of this country that if that was to happen, it triggers almost a recall. It basically recalls all of them. Everything gets thrown into an investigation. You want to look like the most powerful people in the world, not just the most powerful country in the world. Do that. Because I might work for the Board of Elections, but I will be hoping all day, the entire day, I'll be hoping that I see very few people. Coming up in May. First Tuesday after the first Monday in May. And then we get to do it again. First Tuesday after the first Monday in November. And we keep doing this until it goes back to the way it should be. Until it goes back to the way it should be, we keep doing this. We keep not turning out. And we keep and we boycott everything. Just boycott everything. Boycott stores. Boycott spending money. And if you need to spend money, there's probably a bunch of local markets that you can get 90% of what you need to survive a strike on this kind of scale. You don't need to stockpile food like crazy. No. You don't drive unless it's absolutely necessary. You find local markets and you go there. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure if we started a strike on a national scale, you would see how communities truly come together. You would truly see how they came together. If the majority of the people saw a true American strike happening, people would start getting on board. And those like Valhalla VFT who just sees that there's too much in the balance. That's fine. Don't worry. We'll take it. Those of us that essentially look death in the face literally every day. I don't give a damn. As I said before, I could, in a moment, that doesn't bother me. So I will strike. I will be striking. You're not going to keep doing what you're doing and continue to get away with it all. No.
Targeted operations when rioters, he say, began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them. An act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots as a response. The alleged perpetrator was hit and is deceased. Thankfully, the ICE
Our
officers
borders are only truly going to be safe if we make them safe.
This is a direct quote coming in now.
These people aren't going to make them safe.
Constant attacks and demonization of our officers by sanctuary politicians who fuel and encourage rampant assaults on our law enforcement, who are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults against them and an 8,000% increase.
Just start using my word, lady.
This is an evolving
Karenism.
situation, and we hope to get more details soon.
Can you tell where that quote came from?
This is from Mike Tobin, per his sources, on what is happening with the ICE officers on the ground there. By the way, 1 o'clock, top of the hour, 1 o'clock Eastern time, we are expecting to get a news conference.
Unfortunate stuff is just escalating, as a lot of us have foretold. A lot of us have foretold that it's going to just keep escalating. We already knew that.
In this video, a cancer patient living through the Berlin blackout says he is sleeping in the hallway of his apartment complex because it's the warmest part of the building. His neighbors say the refugee center next door was evacuated days ago. The German officials evacuated refugees and left the elderly and cancer patients in the cold. Refugees in Berlin were evacuated while cancer patients and elderly residents were
The U.S. seized a tanker recently. Russia specifically asked the United States not to seize that tanker. Does this action risk a larger conflict with Russia?
I believe you're referring to the Bella 1 tanker that was seized this morning. The Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Department of War, did announce that seizure this morning for violations of U.S. sanctions. I've spoken about the enforcement of our sanctions policy at the podium prior to the new year, and this administration is going to fully enforce the sanction policy of the United States. The vessel this morning was seized in the North Atlantic pursuant to a warrant issued by a U.S. federal court after being tracked. And this was a Venezuelan shadow fleet vessel that has transported sanctioned oil. And the United States of America, under this president, is not going to tolerate that. I would also just add the vessel had a judicial seizure order and the crew, so that means the crew is now subject to prosecution for any applicable violation of federal law, and they will be brought to the United States for such prosecution if necessary.
They're going to trigger something that we are going to pay for. These people are going to trigger things that we are going to pay for. They're purposely doing things across the world that's going to trigger a sequence of events that us, the American citizens, are going to be expected to deal with. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Space station.
Okay, so I really want to upload this for you guys. So I know a lot of you have already seen it, but this was my first look at space stations for Star Citizen. There was a Citizen Con about 4 months ago, and I
this is
only
old.
just saw it, and well, it was.
I'll look it up. Star Citizen Space Stations News 17. News regarding space stations primarily focuses on upcoming base building as a 2026 goal and general expansion plans rather than specific new space stations being released today. Key information for recent updates includes base building. Cloud Imperium, CIG, has stated that base building is a goal for implementation sometime in 2026, which would likely include player-built structures and potentially private stations. Expanding the universe, the overall development focus for 2026 includes continuing to expand the playable universe and connect core systems. The game currently features around 50 space stations across 3 star systems. Core feature development, other features slated for more development in early 2026 that will affect gameplay around all stations and locations, include crafting and inventory system improvements. Some of that came up recently as well. Official news, patch notes, and community updates are available on RSI Comlink. Comlink's got to say. 2 weeks ago. 1 day ago. There we go. Got. Hopefully it's no fluff. The verse is full of dangerous outlaws, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I guess these are the helmets. Yep. It costs real money. So that's it. They're just going to be releasing RMT items. That's it. That's all they have up soon is releasing RMT items.
A whole bunch of people. You go into an area, you get one box, you put that box in a central location, and then everybody can drag what they need to into that box. But very, very slowly, we've been having to move through this process of that actually being a reality. First, you couldn't both open the box. Then you couldn't grab things from one thing next to you and put it into the box. And like, it's terrible. Not to mention being able to stack all, being able to filter, search for stuff. All of that's been missing. So the inventory, we all know it sucks. And
yes,
it's very exciting to see this one being worked on because this is August and it was in concept. They've already got a working version in the game, at least on their end. So I do think that we'll be testing this probably by the end of January, if not in February.
Go to the body, go to the box, press F. So
yeah, it's proximity looting.
To kind of get in there and start looting. We'll just
something else that excites me about.
Okay, if go over to the YouTube channel, usually he's got chapters.
Is also that there's
I guess not. I was hoping to have it broken down into chapters so I can see where they talk about the different things, the crafting, stuff like that.
Hello, Twitch. Twitch. Hey, yeah, dude. Hell yeah, let's go. Hey, kiddos. Yeah, that's right. Cheer it on. All right, let's talk about crafting.
There we go.
Castra is exciting and a possibility, but crafting is something that actually will come into Star Citizen this year. Thank the gourds. Because I do think that at this point...
So they got it on their YouTube. I always forget about CIG's YouTube. They released this a year ago. These are the things that should be popping up soon.
Thank you, Citizen Con. It is an honor to be here. Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you. We shared new tech, locations, creatures, giant worm, social features, things we're doing with orgs. We even played the first chapter of Squadron 42 live. How great was that? Yeah? Few minor glitches, but nothing we can't sort out. So today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. But instead of focusing on what we're creating for you, we want to show you the world that you can build. With crafting, we're going to give you the tools to create your own loot, to build your own home. Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game. So, what is crafting? Why does it matter? Why should you be as excited as I am about this? Well, first off, crafting is a profession. It requires its own set of tools, the knowledge of how to use them. Crafting offers progression. You become a better crafter by learning new blueprints and upgrading them. Crafting builds on the existing gathering professions. When you would go out and you collect your materials for crafting, we are adding new depth and meaning to those activities. Crafting provides customization. There isn't just one way to craft something. Like I said, we have upgrades. How you make and upgrade the things you craft is sometimes just as important as what you're crafting. In addition, you can earn cosmetic upgrades, craft unique items, even subscriber flair. But nowhere is this versatility more obvious than base
That's
building.
actually good. Being able to craft
We're going to have
subscriber
nearly
flare.
limitless options for how you construct your home, how to customize your base to meet your own goals. Most importantly, crafting gives you a lot of new choices. The choices will impact your goals in the game, your interactions with other players, and eventually how you see the game itself. So where do we get started with crafting? Well, you can't craft without materials. Luckily, we've got a lot of ways to gather resources in the game. And crafting is designed to complement and expand on all of these existing gathering
I do like
professions,
this.
as well as future
Hunting.
additions.
Fun.
Let's take a closer look at mining as
I
an
do
example.
plan on buying me a ground
We've
vehicle,
got hand
which is why
mining
I've
and
been
vehicle
trying to do
mining
that.
and ship mining. That's a lot of mining. But with crafting,
Those contracts.
we're going to introduce a lot of materials. So there's not just more to mine, but we're also going to specialize. So for instance, each type of mining will have its own unique materials to gather. Gathering specific materials efficiently will require you to use the right gathering profession. Let's talk about refining. Currently, only mining resources can be refined, but doing so allows you to turn them into more valuable processed resources. With crafting, we're going to expand refining to include options for all raw materials. In addition to expanding the variety of materials you can gather, refining lets you create processed materials that you're going to need to craft your upgraded blueprints. So now that you've gathered all these materials, what do you do with them? Currently, your only options in the game really are to sell them to a shop or maybe complete a contract. Adding crafting into the game radically changes your options. You can still mine, refine, and sell your resources, but now you have the option to make valuable and unique items, weapons, armor, even vehicles and ships. Right?
Sounds like smoke.
And by valuable, I mean that the crafted gear that you create has the potential to be better than anything you can buy in a shop.
It's always that way. I mean, any MMO and video games in general.
Game with shiny new gear. Think much bigger. Crafting enables you to build your own home among the stars.
That would be dope.
You choose to make a farm, a hunting lodge, an industrial complex, your own trading hub, a military outpost, even a sprawling town with your friends and org mates. Got a lot here, but it's all optional. You can choose to focus on gathering resources and sell them to crafters that need them. You can skip gathering and refining and just focus on being the best crafter you can be. Or you can leave all that gathering and crafting nonsense to other people and just focus on trade and make some money. But that brings me to my last point. Player choice matters. When a player makes a choice, they assign value. Players' choices about crafting and base building will drive player trade. The community's choices will determine the value of the materials and the crafted goods you can all make. The game will still have its own shops and economy alongside players, but now you'll have more options about where you invest and how you prosper. Now, I've given you a nice overview of what we're working on here, and we have a lot more planned for the future. But now that you're familiar with the big picture, I want to introduce some of my fellow developers.
Was wanting to play some Star
stage.
Citizen
We've got
today.
exciting details to share with you about the specifics of our new crafting systems, important gameplay improvements, and most exciting,
Yeah, I was hoping they had more stuff about all about engineering. Nothing about what's coming next. Because this is still kind of broken. Engineering's still kind of broken. Couple of things that I saved on. Yeah, this is still funny. People are still mad. This is yeah. Everybody's there for the oil already. China, Russia, Iran. So if Trump needs that oil to give us freedom, that's a price we're willing to pay. In 26 years, nobody did anything for Venezuela except Trump. He's the only one who acted. If that's the cost of freedom, that's okay. This is what it is. This is what it boils down to. These are the options greed gives us. Stay oppressed or hope for a different oppressor. Of course, there's always this. You obviously missed a point. That's what I said. You keep your mouth full of these politicians, they'll keep brainwashing you into thinking invading their country or a passive aggressive invasion of their country to ravage their resources instead of working with the governments that are already there that oppose that kind of regime. Because as we all know, it boils down to sympathy with Israel and providing the United States with unfiltered access to resources at the expense of people. Those people think that they're free. If you think that the United States really did anything for those people, you don't know what's going on. It's not research. It's not. It falls under mental health research. There you go. Go get mental health evaluations and mental health help, and you'll have your funds back into your research. It's a mental health crisis. Why don't you just be a drag queen? Just go and be a drag queen. No? Anyway, so I got this. Yeah, I watched this morning.
On a CODA bus, Columbus police say each had a gun, all but one of them loaded. 10 TV obtained this video from late December showing the arrests as they happened from multiple angles. It begins with multiple agencies getting involved, shutting down all lanes of traffic. As police walk up on the left in this view, the teens appear to pull items out of their coats, stashing them under and behind seats, later revealed in the video by police as guns and credit cards. As soon as officers walk on, they begin making arrests, pulling the teens off of the bus, then revealing to the other riders what's happening.
So listen, they were in a stolen car. We've been following them around all morning. Obviously, they just dumped a gun. They're really bad kids.
Police then begin gathering evidence under and behind the seats, including guns
Another gun.
and credit cards. CODA officials responding to the outcome of this situation.
Those suspects were on the vehicle for a matter of a few minutes, and within a few minutes, those operators were there to be able to capture them.
It's an incident that started with a car break-in and the victim working with police to find the suspects. CODA pointing to those multiple camera angles as a major factor in its safety initiatives, giving police and now prosecutors important evidence, adding that it takes a community effort.
Whether you're riding public transportation or if you're just on the street, that if you see something that's suspicious, to report it and make sure that we're all working together to make sure that our entire community feels safe.
Please send your prayers to those brave warriors who are in critical condition and their families. They are here serving our country.
Well, my buddy posted this. He's one of the people that is in my group of friends. So he's kind of like me, outspoken, very opinionated. We're not idiots. We see what's going on. We know what's going on. But Obama did it too. Yeah, no shit. All the evidence is right in front of your dumb faces, and you're still failing to realize what I've been on a soapbox screaming for the past 20 fucking years. They may differ on small issues of identity politics, but they all have the same agenda and they all serve the same master. Your government has been compromised for decades by means of bribery and blackmail. It isn't a conspiracy theory anymore. It's a fucking fact. You think it's a coincidence so many extremely powerful figures from both sides of the aisle are in those files. You think it's a coincidence that every move we make seems to always benefit corporate interests and that tiny little country that claims to be our greatest ally. Organized crime never went anywhere. It just got smarter. They laundered their immense wealth through corporations, purchased democracy, hijacked intelligence agencies, infiltrated the inner workings of entire nations, and now they run the world with full impunity. They can't be touched because they control the organizations that do the touching. No pun intended. Sorta. The bad guys won in this story, and they will continue to win because even despite the immeasurable amount of evidence and information available at your fingertips, the labor class, you dipshit, is so fucking malleable and gullible that they can't stop bickering over table scraps long enough to look up and read the writing on the fucking wall. This shit is exhausting. And of course, my YouTube channel has become saturated with all of this. He replied with his is just dirt bikes in his truck. And I replied with, well, send all the warriors my way and I'll send all the extreme sports nuts his. Because that's about all it is us just fucking sending people back and forth to each other who either want to listen or want to just play with extreme sports. Because it's getting exhausting. You all keep these people in your mouth for no reason. On Tuesday, 3 Ohio State legislatures, State Representative Christine Cockley the Democrat from Columbus, State Representative Mark Sigdris, Democrat from Grove City, and State Senator Bill DeMora, Democrat from Columbus, sent an urgent letter to Annette Chambers Smith, Director of the Ohio Department of Corrections, requesting the implementation of immediate health and safety improvements for the Butler County Jail. The jail on Hanover Street in Hamilton serves as a temporary detention center for Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, officers who hold subjects as they continue Operation Buckeye, a surge of arrests in Columbus targeting suspected illegal immigrants spurred heavily by Trump administration. It has been the source of ongoing investigations into overcrowding issues since before Operation Buckeye began in December 2025, including reports that inmates were denied proper nutrition and forced to eat warden burgers made of substandard scraps instead, according to the letter. Specifically, the letter asks the director to implement unannounced inspections of the Butler County Jail focused on population levels, environmental conditions, medical care, and housing classifications legislators included in the inspections. Conduct a full review of capacity and create an action plan to bring the facility back into compliance with recommended population limits within 6 months. Identify and fix heating deficiencies so that all housing units meet basic health and safety standards throughout the winter. Explain why ICE detainees are housed in the general population and detail what safeguards are in place to protect both groups. Prepare a report on states' potential legal liability related to current conditions and recommended strategies to reduce that risk. Here's what I have to say. Shut up. All of you liberal policy people, shut up. That's it. That's the whole message. Shut up. And get what? P.S. Get back to work. There we go. All caught up on Facebook news. Let's see some hate spewed. Oh, nobody's. Hey, there we go. David Lee. The wine looks like he's already 2 feet in the grave. Ginther looks like he's trailing not far behind. Get these people out of control of us. There we go. All right, so is that all the hate? Yeah, that's it. People liking stuff. My aunt, whose birthday it is today, it was so funny for like many, many, many years. She was one of the people that's like, no, that's the stuff that you and your friends talk about isn't real. No. And then like, I guess something happened and it opened her eyes to it all. And now she's deeper into the rabbit holes than I am. Every time I see her, I ask her, like, have you come up for any air yet? Like, when was the last time you came up for air? She'll laugh, kind of confused, and then she'll remember Like, I'm the one that pushed her down all the rabbit holes, me and my friends did. So, yeah. So let's see what toxicity is spewing across X. Fake accounts. Oh, that's from Elon's post earlier.
I'm asked all the time if I've.
I would like to. I would like Elon to actually give his perspective on the Fermi paradox, and if it's something he believes in, and if he believes in it, where he thinks we are at it, are in that process. Me personally, I think that we won't find anything. I don't think we'll find anything, and if we do, it's kind of like the bacteria that it takes to create some type of civilization. Maybe something out there is on its way, but I don't think it's kind of at a another human like species. Like, I don't think it's like the life we would expect. I mean, because space explorers don't search for life like human beings, aliens, extraterrestrial civilizations. I mean, there's the, if it happens, if we find it, we find it, but it starts to ask more questions. Space explorers and scientists, them looking for life and existence anywhere else, is just looking for parameters it would take for life to exist. Like the greenhouse effect, something where it's not like Mars, where it did at one point in time have a greenhouse effect, but so much push and pull from the solar system caused it to lose all that by all the solar winds and the everything that blow against and into a planet from the stars or from a star, the central stars and things like that. That's how some of the planets lose their atmospheres, is by some of the stuff happening. And if they don't have a strong convection working inside in the interior of their planetary core, then that stuff's not going to be able to regulate itself. That's what makes Earth so prominent and so wondrous, if you will, is because our planet is able to run like the most perfect convection oven in existence. And with that, we get the changing in the greenhouse effect and gases as not just the atmosphere changes, but the things on the planet side change. These things do change over time. The planet evolves. It's a living it's a living thing. It doesn't have a heartbeat or anything like that, but it's living. You take out certain key components from this planet, it starts to die. And when it dies, the atmosphere goes away, and then we're gone. Because we've not evolved to being able to breathe in atmospheres without oxygen. So unless we can evolve to be able to breathe in space, in the vacuum of space, then it's like this planet is what we have. So finding life on another planet or whatever, it's not necessarily mean we're looking for humanoids or little green men. No, it's looking for the possibility of evolutionary life to happen. He might actually talk about it. But the Fermi paradox is part of that thing too. You can't talk about space exploration and life on other planets and solar systems without talking about the Fermi paradox. They're they're not one and the same, but they coincide together.
Yes, I know. Yes, and I'm like, look.
Actually, look up school stuff.
I can show you if I was aware of the slightest evidence of aliens, I would immediately post that on X.
Yeah. That's good.
And
so the question is,
this would be the most viewed post of all time.
So I actually wonder about the U.S. public if they would like, oh, that's interesting, go back to their sports scores the next day.
Yeah,
they would.
I think everyone would want to see the alien.
Yeah,
like if you got one.
Well, like
here it
O.J.
is.
Simpson.
Fast way to increase the military budget. We found an alien. It seems dangerous.
That's right. Unify the world.
They don't have an incentive to hide the aliens. They have an incentive to show the alien. Because they would not have any more arguments about the military budget if they seem a little bit dangerous.
Well, I can always hope. I can always hope.
I mean, I'm. You know, we've got 9,000 satellites up there. We've never had to maneuver around an alien spaceship yet. So,
but yeah. Of course, he's not going to respond to it. He's got a million other things to do. But it's a good question and a good thing to venture into is the Fermi paradox. Fermi paradox is super interesting, and it gives you a different idea and understanding of how all this ultimately works. And why it is actually not really a good thing to find civilizations anywhere else. It's really not, as much as we would like it to be, it's not overly a good thing. And not just because, what if they got higher military capabilities? Oh man, they're going to enslave us like a Planet of the Apes. No, not because of that. It's because of what I explained the other day. I got to use the restroom. I'll be back. The floops. Adorable old man. Love this. Over here, floof down. Little fluff ball. Little fluff ball. You know what? I think I might play a video game. The Art Creators event's probably coming to an end soon. Oh, I need to change headsets. I'm heating me up some food right now. You have to bear with me. So, basically, what we're working with: mashed potatoes and bread. Yeah. Made bread. I mean, they are homemade mashed potatoes. I've been doing it homemade, baby. That's so good. It's so good. Mashed potatoes and bread that I made. Like, it's even better that I made it. To be honest, the only reason why I cook any of those freezer burnt chops in my freezer. Oh, no, that probably are freezer burnt. I've been there for a little bit. But the only reason why I would cook them would be to extract the liquid out to make gravy. That'd be it. But I don't have any milk. I gotta go over to the store and get milk. I still haven't walked over. Been kind of lazy in that factor. So good. I'm gonna thank my sister because the amount of time it takes to make bread now is a million times easier. Doesn't take a ton of ingredients either. Salt, sugar. This bread is not made with baking powder. This is actually made with just salt, sugar, flour, water, oil, and yeast. Oh, and butter. Softened butter. And you can get, crazy thing is, you can get a normal amount of all of it, like a standard thing of flour, standard thing of sugar. I'd recommend getting the taller container of salt. And they're super cheap anyway. Most expensive thing is going to be yeast. Because you can even see, look how fluffy the middle is. Homemade. And I didn't go to school to learn how to cook. My mom taught me how to cook. My mom and my grandparents. Well, not really my grandparents. I knew my grandpa could cook and my grandma could cook, but I never saw them actually really prepare anything. We would just be outside and then come in and dinner be made. Or we'd be sleeping, wake up, and breakfast is made. My mom actually showed me processes of cooking. She also instilled in me in the experimental factor of cooking. I like experimenting with things. All types of things. Especially when it comes to food. Because while not everybody has my tastes, I know what my tastes are. For the most part, if it's not hominy or poop, I'll eat it. Or at least try it. And that's both actual poop and metaphorical poop. I just don't eat shit people feed me. Or try to. Coffee. My microphone won't pick it up unless I'm like talking and opening it. They're not really going to hear the crunch. There's a crunch. It's really good. I love it. It's really good. I'm really happy with myself. Made some really good bread. Anybody wants a loaf of bread? You want a loaf of bread? I got you. What is a like a fresh loaf of bread from the store? I'll do 75% of that cost. Or it'd be like $7-8 a loaf. Because it's not like an overstock style of bread. This is more homemade. This recipe is it'll maybe taste the same, but it's this loaf of bread and the next loaf of bread I bake, even though I go by the same recipe, everything's the same ingredients, they'll be different. It's not like the bread you get at the store where they make it in a factory line, which is how my sister does it. Her bread, I believe, full loaf of bread from her, it's like $10. And this was made in a cake pan. It was made in a cake pan with 3 1/4 cups of flour. That's the main base component. That's how much I use of the main base component. 3 1/4 cups. I need to go wash my hands and give me some water. Oh.
Medical emergency type 6, paramedics needed.
Hmm. $15,000. I think I'll be able to. Should be able to get this though. Be able to do this to move this, but I'll probably have to keep getting these. So eventually I'll be stopped.
So we tried waterproof boots, and they're heavier bricks now.
Says nature loot.
Off the legs, discharge, launching it.
Let's go to Murano Park.
See if we can't maybe find some cranberry bushes. I thought I turned the graphics down to low on this. Anti-aliasing was still on. It's still delayed. Yeah, I basically have to split my computers back out in order to stream this game. It's too graphically intense. Which doesn't make sense because Star Citizen doesn't seem to have much problems. Did I also... Still a mild delay, but it's a lot better. Still losing frames like crazy. Not in OBS. Oh my god, I told you, the delay. Up top. I didn't bring any. Yeah, I can't play this game. Too laggy. I have to play it off screen. Or off screen, off stream. Holy shit. Got like Liam Walty, thank you for the follow. Gava90, thank you for the follow. Raid Ups 2112, thank you for the follow from Kick. I mean, it was a little bit better, but it's still Still gives me the encoder issue on OBS. The encoder warning on from OBS. And I forgot to make more ammo. You know, we'll keep playing until the game crashes or OBS crashes. One of them is going to crash. OBS is having issues with playing it on the second screen, but I'm not losing frames or any of that stuff. At this point, it's just OBS playback is just an issue. Because it doesn't run with the game real well. But it seems like the problem is. I need to pull these out though. Oh my god. Making my ears itch.
Go to the departure building.
thought he was already here.
Okay, security here. I got your call. Stand by. I'm sending the elevator.
Bunch of BS loot, but it gives me XP. And that's really what it's about. Going in, filling up your bag as fast as possible, and getting out. Going in and fighting things and spending time. Yeah, while you'll get more XP and more merits, you're also spending more time. More chances of losing all of it.
Oh my goodness.
Nothing here to see, just pods on rails. Raiders, take your seats. Launching in 5.
raiders. We've spotted a harvester in your area. A queen is guarding it with her life. Only engage if you've brought your best gear, lots of backup, and a very good plan.
I thought there was a security locker in here. Guess not. There he is. He thought smarter than you. He thought, but he's not that smart.
Were you saying something?
So to get 600 merits, I need 6,000 XP. Cool. Or no. That'd be only 60 merits. No. 100 XP is 1 merit. 6 merits. 60 merits. No, 60,000 XP. I need 60,000 XP to get 600 merits. There we go. It's a lot of XP. Oh yeah. That's leveling up. I think I'm gonna go play Star Citizen. This is it's too much delay. With Star Citizen, once it finally turned down the settings, it actually ran really smooth yesterday. I think I'm gonna play that instead. This game just not. It doesn't run well while I'm streaming on this computer. I would need to get my other computer up and running, and I just don't have the money to buy a monitor for it. Because I need, as a matter of fact, I need a mouse for it too, because the mouse that I'm using is the mouse for it. But I had to have to use it for this computer because Sirius chewed up my other mouse. Chewed up this one. All chewed. Came back from class one day and what it was. Chewed up. Like, oh, that sucks. Luckily, I got tons of mice everywhere. I got a rodent problem. Well, not really tons of mice. This is my last good one. It's the last good one that I have. So in order for my other computer to have a good mouse, I would need to get another mouse. Because this the mouse that I do have for it doesn't have side button. And the OBS on that computer is pretty much connected to all those side buttons. I just basically reach over, hit one of the buttons on the mouse, and it switches scenes. It does all the stuff. So in order for that computer to be up and running good and efficiently and not being a hindrance, I would need to get some components. Which when I finally do that, I'll be able to take all of the non-gaming stuff back off this computer. Because I had to put a bunch of it on here. This computer at one time didn't have any browsers. It had no internet components. Anything that I needed to put on it that I would otherwise get from the internet, I would just get the file, move it over, install it. The only thing this computer actually did was play video games. Wasn't connected to anything else. But when I moved back to Columbus, I went back down to a single computer, and I haven't had the ability to run it. There's no point to run it right now. I'm just gonna loot the place. It's in my backpack. Oh, we're 103%. Yeah, I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go put my stuff in my storage. Loot the place, at least this area. And I'm gonna leave the planet and try to see if I can't get another one to trigger. Almost walked out into space. Or in the middle of a planet. Oh, that's cool. I left it open. Oh. The thingamajigs, yep. I know what those are. Yeah, I'm just gonna go and see if I can't get it to proc at another place. Hmm?
So, that last upload was useful, but we still don't know why a twisted mind like Dr. Yorick was revisiting his old stomping grounds. If you can find the next file he accessed in the engineering sector, it might paint us a clearer picture. I'll leave you to it.
Get around this planet, gee whiz. Oh, I'm still in the atmosphere. Never mind.
Landing gear out. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged.
Yeah, see, this game has no problem.
Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Shields on.
We'll go down with the gun first. I don't know if I got... Somebody's here. Somebody's here. I did. Oh, there's a third person. Oh, hell. Well, they wouldn't be able to get into the cargo.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to Las Vegas visitors again.
Just move it down. Doesn't seem like they came down yet. Two of them are gone. Oh, another one showed up. Gone. Maybe they're in this, just in the system, and not here on this planet. Sometimes I've seen where the loot in these boxes change. Nope, that didn't change. Guess we go down. making noise.
I need a medic! Friendly down! I'm down!
Already have that. That person's gone. But quest objective didn't change. Somebody else is in the system. They have to, unless they break down that, they have to come from that direction. The big worm pop up. No. Actually, I do want to go this way.
We've got contact. Here comes trouble. Got you covered. They just picked up a friendly. Suppressing fire! Covering! Got hit!
I don't really want to dick around down here. I want to go to the core.
I'm pinned down! We've got contact!
I do want to look for the sample, though. Oops. Forgot down the stairs. Oh, I actually. I need to go check on my boy, see if he's got his food. I'm probably gonna cut a shorter stream today, so I can, because I have a lot of editing to do, a lot of editing to do. That's cool.
Friendly down. Hit. I need a medic. Ah!
Oh no. That's a dud. Oh. Oh, piss. I didn't know that was possible. Goodness gracious. Oh, fuck. Purple pants.
fire!
Oh, fuck.
Cover! I'm pinned down! Suppressing fire! Covering! Going covered! Suppressing fire! We've got contact! Suppressing fire! Hostiles under fire! Friendly down!
seems my team was correct. Pushing the experiment to a larger scale created unforeseen flaws. Though the destruction and injury to the team is regrettable, they should acknowledge the vast amount of information that we learned and were only able to learn by pushing the boundaries of our experiment. It seems I will have to give another speech about the power of sacrifice.
Jesus, 5 credits says that's the closest this guy ever admits to being wrong. It takes some serious stones to chalk up killing a bunch of your own people as regrettable.
Wonder if it's just different people on other instances. I feel like that's what it was. What it is, why I see people. These other people are at the same base on other instances. Oh, that's crazy. The core connects you to the research wing. I don't actually want to leave this area just yet. I'd like to grab one of their suits before I leave. Oh goodness. The hell? I guess I don't have any more ammo. It's a bug. The arm thing. Oh, they respawn. Cool.
Shit, look out! Friendly down! Shit! Contact!
They just picked up a friendly! Ah, they dropped one! We've got contact! Ah, got you covered! Here comes trouble! Oh! Under fire! Ah!
Yeah, I need to get out of here before I get overrun. Yeah, they just respawn. I wonder if it kills you if you go into the middle. Go to the transit lobby. Because this is going to take me up one way. It only goes one way. It'll be that second elevator. Go and drop this stuff off. Heal up. And then I'll go over to the research side and find that that recorder. Probably should have called my ship up from there, but whatever.
the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
That's not good. I might have to all F4 out of here. Yep. I might have to all F4 out, all F4 out of this place. Or I'm gonna have to all F4 take myself back to the med bay. If I can't take my ship down and recall it, then it's bugged. I'm gonna have to jump to a new shard. I'll try to do it again.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has been. Please visit us again.
Hopefully that fixed it. It's in the middle. Looks like it's fixed. Pulled out 2 Geist pieces. I'll have to start going there every time. We're just gonna unload everything and go back to Lorville. Oops, took my arms off. I completely forgot about that. Oh, both of them are 16K. Cool. Oh, goodness. New armor piece. What clothes do we have? What's our clothes selection look like? Ain't nobody got this kind of suit. Gotten clothes. Actually, will I have to take this off? Yep. I know I got better clothes in another container. I like that. Top's pretty cool. Pretty much what's in here. Now it's just what's in here. I have more pants in other places. I have hats, pants, all kind of stuff. Pretty good. Pair of pants. Not bad. I'm not worried about that quest. This is gonna always keep jacking up. So these bases are basically just loot spots. Till they fix it, they're just loot spots.
Landing gear up. Shield on. Shield off. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Quantum travel engaged. Quantum travel complete. Shield on.
You have already been given an assignment. I'm sorry, you have an active space already assigned to you. You have already been given an assignment. There is already a space assigned to this vehicle. There is already a space assigned to this vehicle. You have already been given an assignment.
No, I haven't, man. Still too far.
Warning. Warning.
Can we not today? Thanks, pal. Flip back over, bitch. The hell was that? That could have been bad. Yeah, I don't think I have a lift gun in any of my boxes. Nope. Flag fell over. I like the boots. I like these other ones better. Like those better. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have a grav attachment either. I'll have to go down to the station and get a lift gun. Be really cold in the hangar. Oh, hell. No, go move over. Oh, it's sitting on the flag. I'm like, what the hell is it sitting on? That works. Oh, hell. I wish they would get this stuff fixed. Yeah, I think I'm think I'm gonna call it for now.
Welcome.
I'm getting a little bit hungry.
Vehicle retrieval system.
I need to go and look for my DD214. I got a bunch of stuff to do, and I gotta mess with these streams from the last few days, so I got a lot to do. It is great. So until then, peace out, Girl Scout.